Chapter 1. Iris. 1910. This is how I come to kill my father. It begins like this. I'm 11. We find the mare shortly after noon. She's not been there long, so the foxes haven't come yet. The flies have, though. She is glossy, plump. Why? I ask. Tom's bony shoulder lifts, indifferent. Sometimes things just die. He's learned that well. In recent months, the mare's mane is black on the parched turf. Kneeling, I reach a finger to her. Tom pulls me away from the corpse. I expect to scold, but all he says is there. I don't see it, and then I do, in a clutch of bracken, 10 paces beyond. Small and dark in the green shadow. Newborn. What will you do? I ask. He pushes a hand through his hair. Pest question, Iris. What would you have me do? This hurts. I'm not a pest, I say. I'm trying to help. He gives me a gentle shove. Pest. Since his mother died in March, Tom's voice has been blank. We watch the foal as it lies, head tucked into itself. It sighs. Thin cotton sides heave. Its coat is still slick in places. It's too small to live, but it doesn't seem to know it. We could feed it, I say. He gives me a look that means I live in a big house with floors shiny with beeswax and high ceilings where the air goes up into white silence, and the linen is scented with lavender and tea rose. In the mornings, I have porridge with cream, milk from my silver mug if I am good. Tom's knees jut through the worn patches in his trousers. He lives with his silent father in the drafty farmhouse with slates missing from the roof. He is in the fields before dawn each morning. There is no we. I squirm. My boots are tight, my feet bloodless like the flesh of a gutted fish. I shed my stockings somewhere near Beltor. Beneath petticoats, my bare legs are gore-striped, beaded with blood. Never works, he says at last. They won't take it, or they sicken. There's something not right for them in cow's milk. I don't want it to die. You're a girl, he says. You don't understand. So I know he doesn't want it to die either. In a March storm, Charlotte Gilmore stepped on a fold of her skirt. I see the moment reflected in Tom's eye each day, the buffet of cold air on her face as she falls down 20 steep stairs, her dress belling about her like a tossed blossom, the thunder that covers the sound when her neck breaks. Come on, he says. When he's upset, his voice rattles like a badly fitted drawer. Our long shadows slide over the turf. The foal raises its head, questing. Tom seizes it. It twists and struggles and bats him with little hooves. Tom lifts the foal onto his shoulders, settles it there. Slender forelegs and hind legs are safely anchored in his fists. The tiny brush tail whisks, indignant. They go like that, back toward the farm. They'll be missing you, he tosses over his shoulder. You go up home now. Pest, he adds. Wait, I say. Wait. I run on tight feet. Henry Gilmore leans on the farm gate. His stare is wide, full of nothing. Tom stands upright before his father. At his shoulder, the foal flicks little ears. Tom asks the question once more. Maisie's colt weaned 2 days ago, says Henry Gilmore. His words are slow. He gives Tom his flinching glance. Once, he looked at you straight. Not anymore. He left his eyes in Tom's mother's grave 4 months back. Will she? Tom stops. Henry Gilmore shrugs. Could be. Don't fuss her. If she mislikes it, you let her do what she will. He reaches a hand to the foal's muzzle. Its nostrils tremble, move across his skin, scent his grief. It'll die either way, he says. Better quickly. Might not, says Tom, and the air between them grows dense. You'll not make a farmer, Henry Gilmore tells his son, touching Tom's shoulder with an absent hand. He leaves us, fades through the gate into the blue. Tom, the foal, and I watch him. Distance narrows him as he goes, whittles his figure to a dark drop crawling across the bones of the hill. In the loose box, Maisie peers through a forelock the color of dirty snow. Clumps of mud cling to her tangled belly. She lifts a broad lip in our direction, shows us her butter-yellow teeth. You're not to go in, says Tom. Pest. Did you hear? No matter what. He has a twitch above his eye. His eyebrow stutters with distress. The foal's muzzle brushes his cheek. Tom's hands tighten, sticky about its legs. You'll have to hold it, he says. Can you? If you. Yes. A flurry of little hooves, and the foal shrieks like a cat. At length, it subsides in my arms. Its pounding heart, its thin new bones. Tom says we have to make them smell the same. Pressed together, the foal and I shiver under the sun. I can't see where Tom has gone. There's the crack of his boots on the dryer, the puzzling intricacy of wood, metal, catches, clasps, doors. He is back quickly. This'll do. The tin is squat and burly. He pries the lid up with his knife, plunges a hand in. It comes up a shining paw, gloved in treacle, dark shining loops. He covers the foal's head and withers. He puts the stuff on its hindquarters, smooths it over the heaving flanks, over its belly. When he's finished, my arms are cross-hatched as if by the path of snails. She won't hurt it, says Tom. His hand cradles the foal's jaw, its eyes close. Long lashes on sooty lids. She won't, he says again, not to me. Over the stall door, Maisie shakes her massive head, blinks a bashful eye, lifts her rubber lip. No, I say, she wouldn't. Good Maisie. The surface of the cart horse is vast. Her flanks ripple like a quiet sea. Tom watches. His eyes show the blue iris ringed with white. Won't do to wait, he tells himself or me. Maisie offers flared nostrils to his sticky hands. Yep, he says to her. All that. Soon. He slips into the stall, bolts himself in. His hands move to and fro between light and the straw-scented dark. They coat Maisie's muzzle and mouth with treacle. He works backward along the colossal sculpture of her, moves out of sight into the dim. She stands, but her head follows him, the glassy brown trail. I pick up the foal. It lies like a sack in my arms. It has given up. Its hooves are no larger than shillings. The thud of its heart on my wrist. It smells of freshly crushed nettles, sharp against the farmyard. Will it be all right? I ask. Tom says nothing. I carry the foal to the stall door. It is quiet, leaden. He reaches, takes it through the crack into the dark. Then he's out. He blinks in this sudden, honeyed day. His dark eyebrow quivers. I put fingertips to my wrist. The flesh there holds the memory of the foal's heartbeat, weaving over my own. We wait, silent. I can't, Tom says. So I look. In the dim light, Maisie's nostrils traverse the lineaments of the foal's body. She licks the treacle from its muzzle eyes. Her tongue sweeps down its length, a thick banner. The foal mews a high complaint. Maisie levers it upright, nose under its stomach. Her ponderous head is as long as its body, an edifice of teeth and bone. The foal stretches. Its neck elongates beyond possibility, reaches upward in a graceful line. It can't reach. It makes the high sound again. Maisie bends her legs, collapses, groaning, into the straw. Her eyes close. The foal feeds a tiny, resolute shape by her monstrous belly. The tail whisks. Maisie breathes. Hayseed whirls in the slanting light. It's all right, I say. There is no reply. Tom's lips are moving silently. I shove a finger into his ribs. I fold a damp hand around his thin brown wrist. Tom whips his hands from his ears where they have been painfully pressed. He goes to the stall door. Good, he says in a rush. Good. Oh, well done, Pest. Don't call me Pest anymore, I say. I don't like it. I know, he says. Sorry. I don't mean it, Iris. You're not a pest. It's just, remember how you felt when the dogs got your rat. Sorrow comes and anger, hot. Tom nods. That's how I feel all the time now, he says. Every day. I think about this. All right, I say. You can call me what you want. I don't mind. For the first time since his mother died, Tom takes my hand in his. We watch the mare and the foal. Bees hum in the falling afternoon. Sound bleeds back into the day. Come on, Tom says at length. Home for you. No. I am not ready to face Papa. We'll catch it if you don't. I'll catch it anyway, but I don't tell him that. I don't know the way home, I say, triumphant. You always say that. I'll probably end up in Belgium. All right, I'll walk you, he says, as I knew he would. Back to the home of the difficult pest. That's not its name. I leap on him, pummeling. Or my name. I thought you didn't mind anymore. He shouts through the blows. Pest! No, ow, no biting, pest. We roll, joyous, in the dusty yard. I slip through the hedge. My eyes water from the sunlight, the breeze. But within the walls, there is stillness. The scent of lavender hangs in the air. On the green, my father dreams. Banks of gray and purple frame him in his black suit. Open on the table beside him lies a moldering book, spine broken. There's a lime green jug where glassy water shines. By the jug, a soft leather wallet half unrolled on the warm wood. I can see the gleam of metal within, sharp, inviting. I look away. I must not go near my father's pouch. I am never to touch it. That is one of the rules. Behind him, the house rears up, warm and gray. Raw blood. Home. It sounds like a battle, like grief, but it's a gentle name. Raw, from straw, which means flowing, for the Dart River that runs nearby. Blood from Bont, A bridge. Old words. The house by the bridge over flowing water. It has been in my family since I don't know when. Raw blood is us, and we, the Villarkas, are raw blood. It's a bulging, ungainly thing. Windows poke out along its lengths at no set distance from one another. Crazy angles of warm slate roof are purplish in the sunshine. It's old, and everyone who has lived here has built something or taken something away. Like its name, it has shifted through time. But the house has its own sort of will. It has preserved its long U-shape quietly with the minimum of fuss. When I try to think of raw blood, to draw it with words, a muffling whiteness comes. I can't describe it any more than I can my own bones, my eyes. It simply is. It hangs in the foreground of everything like blindness. These are among the first things I recall my father teaching me, that I must keep quiet and may not go among many people or to towns because of the disease, and that raw blood is written into us. Sometimes I think Tom knows about the disease. Sometimes he looks at me as if he knows something, or perhaps I could tell him, and he'd still be my friend after all. I don't care to test it. I come near to watch my father sleep. His head nods to inner music. His lids shiver. I am near enough to see the low sun single out each silver whisker like a filament of steel. A hand uncoils itself into the air between us, grasps my forearm, pulls me close. It happens fast and smooth, like the whip of sapling wood. What have I caught? He murmurs, I still hidden. What can it be? A lion. He tightens his long fingers, and I shriek and say no, I am not a lion. I don't believe it. You must be a lion. I am a famous lion catcher, you know. He makes a show of feeling my arm, looking for paws, looking for claws. So, not a lion. How's this? He hums. A badger, then. A striped, snouty badger. No! A fish. A lovely, silvery fish for my supper. His fingers slide over my ribs, a rapid accordion, and the laughter takes all the wind out of me. A person, I gasp. I am a person. He opens his eyes. So you are. Well, I must let you go then. But he doesn't. He looks me over, sharp. I had not considered my appearance. I'm covered in treacle, pony hair, and dirt. My pinafore is streaked with green, with black. The wind has teased my hair into peaks and horns. My father says, is it horse that you smell of? What have you been doing, Iris? Where have you been? I'm caught. So I tell him. About the foal, about Maisie, about the farm, backward, words stumbling over themselves. He dips his handkerchief in the water jug, smooths the cool, wet linen over my arms. The ring on his finger gleams red and white and gold. The imprints of his fingers are white ghosts on my wrists. Gilmore's boy, who is not a farmer, he says. Iris. I wait. The hairs on my arms stand to attention. He says, Gilmore's not managing. No, not at all. He takes my chin in the white wing of one hand and looks. His vast eyes shine like varnished wood. Now he'll tell me I'm not to. He'll say I mayn't because of the rules. I can't bear it. The lavender is sooty in the air, my lungs. When Papa and I fight, it is always about Tom. Don't say I mustn't have him as my friend, I say. I do say so, but plainly it has no effect, he says. You are heedless and you are growing. I do not know what to do. Lock you up? We cannot continue to differ on this. We cannot. The handkerchief falls to the table. I am new, damp, clean. I slip from his grasp and sit beside him on the lawn. My father does not reprove me or mention my dress. He puts his hand to my head again, light and sweet. It strokes, gently picks bracken and straw and burrs from my indignant hair. Ragamuffin, he says to himself. Cushioned turf tickles my unstocking calves. Nearby, sparrows quarrel in a rhododendron. Against the hedge, lying in shadow, a single daisy breaks the immaculate green of the lawn. It will be gone tomorrow. I pick up the collapsed book. A ledger, really, like the one I have seen for the household accounts. It falls open in my hand. Some sharp scent rises from the spoiled pages. They are damp, oily to my touch. Faint lines of copperplate. She does not trouble me, the fact being so plain, perhaps, that I am already damned. Other things haunt my dreams. A small blessing, given to a fiend. What does it mean? I ask. Papa's fingers drum the paper, a soft tattoo. He says, highly unsuitable. He takes the book, puts it from me on the table. Something is frightening. I wipe my fingers on my dress. My father says so. I look up, inquiring. He is giant against the sun. If he is good with horses, it is settled. We need another groom. Shakes is getting on. We will have the young knot farmer. And his hand cups my neck. Miller's wolfhound has 6 pups. I will take you down to choose one in the morning. He will sleep at the foot of your bed. How do you like that? Light fingers in my hair. Inattentive, sun-dazed, the words will not at first connect with meaning. Why would Tom sleep at the foot of my bed? Then I understand. I scrub my hand across my eyes, across the grass. No, I say. No, he asks. I have given you 2 presents. All you have for me is no? Thank you, Papa. I don't want the presents. I know this will upset everything, though the reasons are just out of my reach. He regards me mildly. Iris, I am surprised at you. It will be good for the boy, and the Gilmores have mouths to feed, whether you like it or not. But you need not have the puppy if you do not want it. He's my friend, I say. Now he will be your groom, Papa says. And you will treat him as such. Yes, I say, because that is what one says to Papa. I'm dazed, ears ringing. But I will have no one. It will be hard to remember that we're not friends anymore. You will accustom yourself to it, he says. We are adaptable animals. When you have called him Gilmore a few times, it will come more naturally. When he has been your groom for a year or so, you won't remember he was ever anything but. Papa, you are disobedient, Iris, and you force me to act. You will not stay quiet. You will not stay under my roof or my eye. You court the disease and will not abide by the rules. His hand strokes the soft leather case. His eyes have found the distance. I rise to leave Papa there, warm and solid on the bench, Silverhead already nodding. I know my love for him. I am surprised by my hate. It comes like the shaft of a splinter on the smooth grain of wood. Horror autotoxicus. The disease. Papa does not say, but I think it kills us, the Valarkas, and that is why we too are the last. 1908, I meet Tom the day that Papa tells me of the disease and makes the rules. I'm 9. I've never been away from raw blood alone before. Papa wouldn't like it. But he's asleep in the garden, one hand swinging heavily in the sunlit air, pond snake clinging to the end of his shining nose. I slip away like water. The lane to Manhattan is quiet, dappled, hot with the last of the day. The hedgerows are high, filled with green and secret light. My hands are crammed with 2 large, fragile pieces of apple tart, stolen from the kitchen table. The sweet, warm scent. I am alone in the world, beyond raw blood, beyond the reach of Papa's stare. My arms swing long and free. Summer light. Sleepy birdsong clear as glass. The sandy shale good under my boots. Distant voices from the neighboring fields. Harvest is nearly over. I walk slowly, digging each toe in, dragging it behind me as an injured bird drags a wing. I kick a cloud of fine grit into the air and squeeze my eyes closed. The rhythm of my feet drag, shhh, kick. I have a strong sensation of dreaming, though I know I'm awake. Under my breath, I sing a song I have made up about badgers. It has no set tune. When the time comes, I will find a stone to sit on or climb a tree, and then I will eat my 2 pieces of tart, but not yet. The rhythm of my feet on the road. I stop. I am no longer alone. Behind me, there's a girl as if from nowhere. She stands in the bend. I think she's been following. She's thin, bigger than me, but with a worried face, as if she's left something at home. 2 brown buck teeth peep between white lips. We stare. Hello, I say. She makes a noise and sticks her hands in her pinafore pockets. Do you want some? I ask. I offer a fist. Apple slides between my fingers. Perhaps she will be my friend. The girl looks at the pastry in my hand. Her teeth pull on her lower lip. She keeps worried eyes on me and points up the lane. Where are you from? She asks. You from there? Raw blood, I say. I try not to say it too proudly. I look at the 2 pieces of tart in my 2 hands. 1 each, I say with some regret. From there, she says. It's probably poison. Her eyes are on the tart. Does it have poison in it? No, I say, offended. I raise a hand to my mouth. Sweet, crumbling crust. Sharp, green. The girl bites her lip and stares. Then she bends quickly, fumbles in the sand. Something curves through the air. The sharp edge of the flint strikes the corner of my eye. Everything bursts. Something else hits my temple with a crack. The world swings backward out of balance. The girl throws and bends and throws with perfect concentration, loading her hands quickly from the road. They all land. Some are small and sting. Some are large and make thuds on my flesh, sharp sounds on bone. I show the girl my back and hunch up small. Stones strike fiery on my kidneys, ribs, spine. Something hits the base of my skull and splashes white across my mind and eyes. Everything tastes of tin. My cheek strikes the road with a thump. It stretches before me like a landscape. Through the pulsing in my ears, I hear the soft give, the crunch of road as she comes. I try to get up. My arms and legs are buckets of damp sand. She comes on with soft steps. Hot stuff trickles from my scalp to my chin, warm red drops. The sounds I make like kittens drowning. Her shadow. Her feet are before me, bound tight with rags. No shoes. She bends. Her grubby, shaking fingers uncurl my fist, lift the remains of the tart from one hand and then the other. I try to bite her. My teeth graze her arm. She turns quickly, the hedge quakes, and she's gone. I sit in the warm road. I don't know what to do. I can't go home. Papa will see blood and cuts and know I disobeyed. I should never, ever have left. A tooth is loose. I cry in hitching sobs. Around the bend, footfalls. I push into the hedge, through the hawthorn, the bramble, to the gray, cold stone wall at the heart of it. Sharp, unkind branches tear my dress. Something living crawls in my ear. I hold my breath. It's quiet. The wood pigeon murmurs. The breeze moves, brings the first scent of evening. The footsteps stop just by. Bit of blood, says a voice to itself. It stutters a little on the consonants, like a badly fitted drawer. All right in there? Something brushes through the leaves like a monster. I bite. Ow, the voice says. It withdraws. No, ow. I feel a bit sorry. And I hate and fear the dark hedge. So I come out. The boy stands in the road, clutching the red place on his arm where I bit him. He's about my height with bare, brown feet and a fishing pole. You bite pretty nicely, he says. Why you all bloody? Girl came and took my tart, I say. It was apple. I show him my hands, fragrant with crumbs. He nods, serious. Oh, yep, he says. That's a stinker. Stinker, I say, enraptured. What's your name? Tom, he says. You. Iris. It's the first time I've told it. It's strange and a little powerful. There'll be some taste left, he says. So we sit on the verge and lick my gummy fingers. There's earth and little bits of bark mixed in, but it still tastes like apples. I've never shared anything before. His tongue tickles. I laugh. It hurts. He sees. Took a right pasting, you did, he says. I say, I don't want Papa to see the blood. All right, he says. Come with. He takes my hand. The stream runs shining over fat stones into a small pool of deep green. Rowan trees lean across it. The banks are covered with blackberry bushes. Midges dance in the cooling air. The cold water shocks our bodies. We scream and paddle. Tadpoles and minnows flee from our white feet, corpse-like in the river water. The blood spirals off me, away into the stream. We eat shiny blackberries until we're stained purple. We wash it from us. My dress dries crumpled in the sun while Tom fishes. He doesn't catch anything. Should have a trout to show for it, he says. Might not get it too bad if I have a trout. You ran off, I say. So did I. Meant to be getting the hay in, he says. He tells me about his dad, his ma, where they live, which is a farm with cows. I love cows, I say. Big eyes and eyelashes. They kick, he says. Lots. When the midges have risen all about us and the skyline has cooled to a milky gray, Tom says, home, I suppose. I say, come home with me. Can't, he says, and I catch his apprehension. With me, I sing. Come home with me. I dance around him and pull tufts of his dark hair. I dance and sing loudly because I don't want to be alone in the dark lane. Pest, he says. Well, I'll walk you. Papa sees us as we come down the hill in the last of the light. He comes out of the door like a bull. Iris, what were you thinking to leave me so? Do not go off. Do not. The mist could come down. He trembles. There is no mist, Papa. I promise. He is always thinking there will be a mist, and it is very frightening for him. Papa looks at me, the cuts and bruises, the dirty dress. He takes Tom by the scruff, lifts him clear off the ground. Buttons spring from Tom's shirt as Papa shakes him. What was done to her? Papa says, Speak. What hurt? I didn't. Tom is saying as Papa shakes, and I shout, No, it wasn't him. Who are your people? Papa asks. They will hear of this. And now hiding the worst of your life. Tom Gilmore, he says, teeth clicking as he's shaken. Trub's farm. I tug at Papa's sleeve. He helped me, I say. Papa, it was the other one who threw the stones. Papa drops Tom like a sack of wheat. Tom sits surprised on the ground. Papa covers his face with his hands. Tom Gilmore, he says. Tom says nothing, trying to guess which answer means trouble. I say, Papa, please leave him alone. Papa makes a noise. I forgot, he says. I promised and I forgot. He stares at Tom. You may feed him, Iris, but out here, not in the house. He turns and goes back toward Raw Blood, his back shaking up and down. Tom and I stare after him. He's crying, Tom says. I know. There seems little else to say. It's no more or less peculiar than the other things that have happened today. Might be some tart left, I say, and that thought eclipses all others. Papa dresses me with tincture of iodine. The scent is strong and red. My bedroom is very snug. The fire is lit as if I am not well. It leaps busily and crackles in the grate, warm on our faces. The night is outside. We are inside. Why were you crying, Papa? I was reminded of a promise I made once, he says, to your mother. I had forgotten, which is very bad, as one must keep promises. But not only that, I was angry, Iris, because I fear for you. I have always been careful to guard you, have I not? I have tried to teach you right, as a father should. Yes, I say, stricken. Why, Papa? Why did the girl throw the stones? Why did she think the tart was poison? Others fear us, Papa says. Our family. Dear heart, they will hurt you if they can. We have a disease. Like raw blood, it has run in our family forever. It lies dormant within us like a sleeping foe. It is named horror autotoxicus. Servants do not like to work at raw blood because of it. So we have shakes only. Even he does not stay at Raw Blood, but lives above the stable. No servants sleep in the house. For a moment, his face is far away and blank, and then he goes on. Horror autotoxicus is unusual. It is not caused by contagion or by a virus. It is caused by feeling. That is strange, I say, thinking of a cold I had last summer. What does it do? It makes you very ill, Papa says. It makes you hot with fever, and visions come to you of terrible things. You slip into a dream where monsters roam. In the end, you lose your mind, so that you no longer know the places that you love or the faces of your family. Sometimes it causes you to harm others. No, I will always know your face, Papa. I will always know raw blood. I wish it were so, Iris. You must keep very calm and live quietly, because horror autotoxicus can come on if you are excited or upset. If you have a strong feeling that you cannot control, you must tell Papa at once. It could be the first sign. All my feelings are strong, I say. I cannot possibly tell you all of them. You must try, he says. He tucks and dries my face. But do not despair. We can prevent it. You are in no danger as long as you live quietly at Raw Blood and do not run off. It is a rational thing which we can approach with reason. I see that I have expected too much of you, Iris. Your disobedience shows me that you cannot be trusted to apply your own judgment. So I have made rules which you will follow and which will keep you safe. Papa takes a piece of paper from his pocket. He reads it aloud to me, then pins it to my bedroom door. 1. Other children, not friends. 2. Servants, not friends. 3. The disease, a secret. 4. Papa's medicine pouch, forbidden. When Papa takes medicine, leave room. 5. 8 o'clock to noon, reading with Papa. 6. Afternoons, play in the garden. Not out of the garden. 7. Bed, at 7. 8. Books, as good as people. 9. Tell Papa everything. These are like promises, Iris. Do you understand? I nod. The loveliness of the sun and the water and Tom have dissolved into tiredness, and I hurt everywhere. I had not known my body could hurt so. I am no longer eager to see the world. I am not sure it's a friendly place. Horror autotoxicus. Even the name is horrible. But I will be all right. Papa will make sure of it. I will obey all the rules I say. But I will keep Tom. It's called a bargain, Papa. Papa looks at me long. You're your mother's daughter, he says. It is not possible, Iris. He cradles my head in a long, white hand. He holds me in a gentle vice and looks into my eyes. Say them after me, he says. The rules. I squirm. Papa, too tight. Say them, Iris. I must be sure that you understand. Other children, I say. Not friends. I say the rules again and again. Eventually, Papa releases me, puts a hand on my head, and I know I am forgiven. He says, very well. We will read. Hervere, I say. Always Hervere. Such violent tastes. Very well. He takes the book from where it's open by the bed. We read. It is not really called Hervere, but the waking of Angantyr. It goes like this. Hervere's father, Angantyr, dies, and he is buried with a famous sword called Turfing. It means measure of fate, or sometimes it is called Bane of Swords. Hervere is a fighter. She wants the sword. She is quite bad-tempered about it. I like this because it seems to me people are often too good in stories. Hervere goes to her father's grave and opens it like a door. She goes into the underworld, which is a dark place full of bonfires. She wakes Angantyr from his sleep. This is another reason it's my favorite. If my papa died, I would go and wake him. Angantyr is angry at being woken. He says that turfing is a terrible sword that is cursed. It will perform evil deeds. And both sides of the blade are poisoned, so if you touch it, you die. Hervé says, I am your only daughter. I am heir to the sword. I'll take it and cut myself on the edges. I will walk through all these fires. I'll risk the curse. I'm not afraid. So her father is very impressed with her bravery. He gives it to her and tells her she must go back to the living world before daylight. If the door to the land of the dead is left open at dawn, the dead vanish forever. Where to? No one knows. She runs back with turfing through the raging fires, across the black land. She reaches the door as the sun is casting its first rays across the ground. She slams the door shut. Her father is safe. She has the sword. All is well. After that, she travels all over the world dressed as a man, riding the horses of the sea. She has many adventures. I have longed for adventures. Papa's voice, the warm fire. I still love the story, but I have understood today that I am not Hervé, and that books and life are not the same. 1912, I'm 13. In the pink light of the closed curtains, Henry Gilmore's skin is gray birch bark, his cracked lips trembling over yellow teeth. Constant sound comes from him, like a kettle nearly boiled. It's called farmer's lung, or haycatar, the land's repayment for a life's work. There's no doubt he's dying. I look to my father where he stands by the bed. He gives me no sign. I don't know what comes next. I hope you are better soon, I say to Tom's father and put the basket of plums on the bed. It lands with a soft thump. Henry Gilmore winces and breathes, a bubbling sound. He lies back on the pillow. Strands of yellowing hair cling to his brow like waterweed. A narrow bar of sunlight falls across his sunken cheek. Breath moves through his parted lips, effortful. He turns his clouded blue eyes on me. There's something stony and seeking in his look. For an instant, I can trace his younger face, buried deep beneath the old, a dark reflection on water. His bones are fine and beautiful in the afternoon light. Henry Gilmore and I see each other, and the air stretches thin between us. Time narrows and draws out. Do you know, asks Henry Gilmore, that you have the devil for a father? Your father is the devil in the night. Something touches me once between the shoulder blades, light. Papa is at my back. You go now, he says. I go down through the house's dusty innards, down the breakneck stairs. I go fast, eyes squeezed shut, listening for Charlotte Gilmore's ghost. I wait, picking at the fat white ducks that wobble across the yard. My skin prickles. The devil in the night. I go around the corner of the house to the livestock stalls. At the end, past the milkers, the tip of a velvet muzzle crests the stable door. The pony makes a soft sound. She thinks I'm Henry Gilmore. When I come close, she lays her ears down flat on her head. She backs into the far wall, trembling. She's grown now, sleek and stout, but she's never liked me since the day we took her from her dead mother's side. So, actually, she's hated me since the day she was born. I have a grudging respect for it, the strength, the consistency of her dislike. I put out my hand to her and chirrup. I saved your life, I tell her. Tom and I did. He, Mr. Gilmore, would have left you. The filly stares, nostrils flared. I think about Tom and smarting wells in the rims of my eyes. As I cry, I feel the velvet of the pony's muzzle on my arm. She is delicate, her lips fondle my sleeve. I feel the warm kindness of her breath, the comfort, the solid strangeness of her presence, her silken face. I have enough time to feel all this before her blunt mouth seizes my forearm in a bruising vice. I feel every one of her narrow columns of teeth. She shakes me, watching my pain. I punch her on the pole, hard between the ears. She smiles and tightens her jaws. Her dark horse eyes are bright as I beat her about the head. My father casts pitying looks at the broken fences, strides delicately through the cow dung that covers the cobbles, dark and pungent. He goes to the trap and places a box under the back seat, calls me to him as if not quite sure of my name. Eyes dark and occupied with something. What's in the box? I ask him. That you put away. Money, my father says. Why? To settle his debts. Why should you? I am indignant. What he said. Pay it no mind, Iris. He is dying, and I have wronged him in my time. It is good, he says, but not to me, to make peace if one can. I saw the quick shift in Henry Gilmore's wasted face. I know that look, that blue contempt. I've seen it before in another pair of eyes. Henry Gilmore found no peace from us. In the trap, we're quiet. My arm sings with the dark, rich bruise left by the pony's mouth. I open my mouth to the wind. It rushes in, cold and dry. It takes away the taste of the hot sick room and Mr. Gilmore's words. Fear is all through me. Disease. It will not harm you, Iris, Papa says. He sees my thoughts, as always. It will not harm as long as you obey the rules. In the black, my feet find the narrow ledge beneath my window. Light snow patterns my hands and face. I crawl across the slate. In the stable block ahead, one window throws out a weak guiding light. Fingers dug into crevices, I move across. Below is the long drop and then the flagstones. It pulls at me like the tide. The world is peculiar, pitched at a slant. At the second gable, I grasp the ridge and throw a leg over. Something skates away from my foot, and I'm sliding at great speed toward the drop. The night land rushes up. Cold streams run down my spine. My boots meet a yielding surface. I come to rest, needling pain in my fingertips, which are rough, wet. The shaky gutter creaks. I'm ankle-deep in old mulch and the bones of dead birds. At the window, his hands reach to catch me. I scrape over the sill inside. Something drums wetly in my ear. A heart. Tom says under his breath, made such a clatter, you did. We're still. I think of shakes at the other end of the stables. I think of my father and the rules. A board groans under my soaked feet. The stables sigh beneath. Warm movements in straw, patient horse breath. Mice rattle lightly in the eaves. A spiral of snow puffs gently through the window. No one comes. Getting too big for that, says Tom at length. No fear, I say. I am still loose, weak. Fine talk from you anyhow. Tom overtops me by a head now. His wrists shoot out of his sleeves like vines. Blood, he says, uneasy. Smell it. The roof. Scraped a bit. He takes my hands in his. Just fingers, I say. He pinches my arm for quiet, and I stop. He goes to the corner and does something. Soft sounds. Presently, a cool sliding on my hands. His fingers slip around mine. The cut grass smell of horse liniment. Tom lives above the stables at Raw Blood. Our friendship has slipped from day into night. Crossing the roof is crossing into another country. I break the rules every night, like this. I want to ask him, does it make you sad? Do you wish you were at home still? But I don't. What would be the use? Tom has no mother, and I have no mother. Soon, his father will be gone, and he will have no one. I don't know much about the world and so on, but I do know this. The scales are already heavily weighted in my favor, and this will tip them further. Too much goes unspoken between us lately. There's too much untruth. My father, the disease. I am pulled in opposing directions. Strong, complex bonds. I don't know what to do, so I test them all. I defy my father. I lie to Tom. I flout the rules and court the disease. One day, something will give, but what? Tom says, stink. I ask, what? Wait. Now he said it, I can smell it. The scent of decay. My boots are thick with mud and gutter rot. There's rustling. He hands me straw in a musty clump. Takes a rag. I stand like a heron, one-legged. He crouches at my feet. I bend and we scrub, wrinkling our noses. I sway and my hands clutch for balance. I seize Tom's hair in fistfuls. Let me. Leave it, pest, or we'll both go down. Leave it. We tip slowly to the floor in silent, shaky laughter. My fingers curl weakly through his hair. There's no trouble on the way out. We move through the dark stable into the open air. When we're clear at the foot of Sheep's Tor, we shout. Our voices are high and silly. The air is fine needles. The last of the cloud is clearing. The stars are out and the moon is up. It shows the bowl of white-dusted land. Trout, I ask. Be rising. Tom says, didn't bring the line. His chilly fingers find mine. They flutter, then hold. Come on, he says. Show you something. We climb. Above us, the rocks are flat and black against the sky. Here, Tom pulls me down into a shallow defile between the boulders. A narrow strip of turf snakes away, a path through the bulbous granite. The world is far overhead. It's clammy, frozen, the rock closing in like teeth. What? I ask. Down here, he says and vanishes. I follow, but he's gone as if into air. My hand slides along the lines of the slick rock passage. I turn and stumble, crack my shin on hard, cold stone. My breath hovers white before me. I think I'm alone. He's gone. My heart hammers, fit to burst. A black slit hovers ahead, dark against the jumble. An arm emerges from the crevice. That's it, he says, guiding me in. Inside the cave, the match gutters far up above to where the walls taper to a point like a tiny steeple. The air smells of turned earth and the faint old tang of fox. The walls are bright green, covered in moss that shines and moves under the light as if under a caress. The chamber is wide enough for 5 men to lie full length on the pale floor. Near the back, in the shadows, a tall crooked stone like an altar. On the dark stone lies a small button, bright red. A child's shoe worn thin. A wooden spoon. A horseshoe, and something old and moldy that may have been bread. Behind, something gleams in the slanting shadow, something white and misshapen. It shivers. My heart is cold. It's a trick of the light, of course. A lump of old quartz bathed in candlelight. But for a moment, it looks like bone and dead flesh. A corpse curled at the foot of the altar. Tom's face is branded with shadow dancing. He grins. The match fizzes. He says, "Listen." Behind the walls, within the rock, shrill voices rage in unknown tongues. Hammers ring on steel, the sound of distant slaughter. Thin sobbing, a whistling shriek, then whispers soft as breath. The sounds enclose us. It's the river, Tom says, running through the ground. It won't harm. It sounds like all the harm in the world. The match flares and spits. Don't let it go out, I say. Tom, wait, he says. Iva, wait. He fumbles in his pocket, and the little flame dances, dims. Shadows look up. The dark is coming. What happens to the white stone in the dark? Perhaps it is not always a white stone. Tom, I say, but flame rears up from the little candle stub, brave, scattering light. The walls leap into being, green and shining. He makes to put the candle on the altar. No, I say, not there. We sit side by side on the cave floor. It's sandy and friendlier than expected. Who would make this? I ask. No one made it. It's here, that's all. People come here, I say. The small shoe lies quiet on the stone beyond. Old folk, Tom says. He rolls the vowels, lengthens the Devon in them. Turn your coats inside out to keep Saint Nick away. Walk 3 times widdershins round Bexley Tor under moonlight. He sniffs, shrugs, draws his finger in a circle on the sandy floor around the candle. Lo, he says in a high-pinching voice like Mrs. Brewer, who's married to the butcher in Dar Meat. For I have drawn the line in the sand, and no one shall touch this candle now, lest they die. He looks at me and grins. No one can put it out now. See, pest? Magic. What's that noise? A scratching, a faint sound in the distance, like stone rubbing against stone. The river, says Tom. Told you already, but it's different. Stealthy. I look up, around. Shadows flicker. What does it do? I ask, looking at the crooked altar stone, the glistening quartz behind. I don't like to take my eye from them somehow. Now, you may give gifts here, pest, that the one you love mayn't ever die. Tom's still in Mrs. Brewer's voice. He takes a brown glass bottle from his coat pocket and drinks, grimacing, then stands and goes to the altar. He puts something crumpled on it. We sit and look at his father's glove where it lies dirty, limp-fingered on the granite. Tom says, just in case. He rubs his face hard. His cheek flushes red under his palm. It's nonsense, he says, like all those things. But he leaves the glove where it is. I say, we go to see him once a fortnight. I know, says Tom. Tom, the stable boy, harnesses the horses, shoves old shakes up on the box of the trap. I know everything you do, Pest. Don't call me that, I say automatically. There's a strange, thin bite to his words. The line between our daytime and nighttime selves blurs and wavers. I have the beginning of a headache. It's so mournful, the sound. Stone grinding against stone. What is it between them? Tom asks. Between your father and mine? The bottle clinks on the floor. I don't know, I say. Bad blood, Tom says. Mystery. Intrigue. Curses, I say. Ancient wrongs. Our hilarity is brittle and raucous, the joke of feathers' breath from truth. It's thrilling, like walking on the clear ice where it's thinnest over the pond. They say things in the village, Tom says. About him, you. Raw blood. What? I ask. The clear ice and beneath what? Cold, deep dark. There's a murdered girl buried at raw blood. He runs light fingers up the back of my arm. It gives me shivers, not entirely unpleasant. I bat him off. Stop. Where? It's not true. Some say she's under the cellar floor, Tom says. Some say she's in an attic, the pieces of her anyhow in a chest bound with iron. But most likely she's under the cedar tree, buried beneath. The roots feed on her corpse. The hairs on my arm rise to his light fingers. It can be seen from a certain window of raw blood. Her grave. It's always freshly dug. Wet earth. You see it if you're about to die. Ugh, I say. His fingers stroke. They raise delicate chills. Yep, it's all rubbish, says Tom. He shifts away a little on the sandy floor. I rub my prickling arms. I know of someone who really, he says, stops and starts again. My Uncle Rob was a butler. The butler at Raw Blood, as it happens. We don't have a butler, I say. No, says Tom with intonation I cannot place. Not now. My dad was older than Rob by nearly 20 years. He took care of him. More like a father than a brother, I suppose. He doesn't talk to me much, Dad. But he'll tell stories about Uncle Rob. Anyhow, one morning, Rob had not come down to servants' breakfast. And when they went up into the eaves of Raw Blood to look for him, he was there, cold, dead in his bed. Eyes wide like pebbles, like he'd seen something. And you'll never guess. Pest, it was on the day that you were born. How'd you think that plays in the village? My dad sets a store of anger on it. Daft ideas. Says it was Raw Blood that killed him. That Rob's life was taken because he did something to displease your father. Tom starts, recollects himself, looks at me wide-eyed. I shrug, my heart beating fast. Tom says I look like him, like Uncle Rob. The drink's in his voice now a little, apart from his red hair. And now you're thinking, oh, that's why they can't get on. Makes the old man sad to see his son look so like the brother. I understand now. But you'd be wrong, Pest. That's not why he hates me. It's worse because there's no reason to it. Raw Blood's ill luck for the Gilmores. How many times have I heard it from him? But he sent me off there all right. The bottle clinks softly in the sand. Sold me like a pony. I take his hand. The candle flickers. The shadows move. Tom's words hang in the dark between us, mingling with others I have heard. He did something to displease your father. The devil in the night. I see him in my mind. Robert Gilmore, who I never set eyes on. Quick one moment and dead the next. Perhaps it was the disease. Perhaps it killed him. The ice is thin, thin. Tom clips me over the head. Thought you might turn tail. Pest, he says, when you first came in here. He's strained, light. Eyes like a barn owl. His hand holds mine tight. Didn't though, I say, flooded with relief. The world shivers and rights itself. The dark tide retreats. No, he says. Too right. You didn't. Here. The liquid catches in my throat. It's like drinking gas lamps. I cough and drink again. Candlelight falls beautiful and restless on everything. I like it, I say. I mean the cave, the drink, the more outside, the light within. I mean the warmth at my side where he sits, his messy head haloed in the candlelight. I am giddy with the reprieve from what? I play with Tom's bootlace and imagine his foot within. Shapes dance on the shining green walls. The dim roof above is infinite. What would it be, I asked, not to die ever anyhow? If by putting a glove on a stone, you could do it? Might be awful. People shouldn't die, Tom says. Just shouldn't. When I look, I see something is happening. He's stiff, pale, arms locked around himself. He shakes with something violent. Put out the light, Iris. The whites of his eyes gleam. Magic, I say. Remember? Can't put it out. I don't want the dark. I am strange of a sudden, as though my mind is growing, pushing gently at my skull. The sound. It's like the earth is moving, readying itself to bury us, or as if the stone is breathing. I don't like it. Just put it out. His voice thick and cottony, his mouth awry like a child's. The candle hisses on my licked thumb. The dark drops down on us like a weight. He's gone. The cave is gone. Am I gone? Behind us, within the rock, the battle rages. Gurgling voices speak long incantations. Beneath it, Tom is crying small sounds. He says I should be minding the farm. He doesn't say home. I should have been there these years, learning to mind it. But I wasn't, and now all I know is horses, so I'm no good. I put my hand into the dark. It comes to rest on his face, which is hot and wet. I find odd bits of him to hold, a collar, an elbow, and take them tightly. Sadness comes from him like breath. Tom folds his arms about me. He breathes by my ear. He smells of drink, thick and acid, filled with juniper. His hand on my back is large and flat, then small and insistent. No point in it. He's done, Tom says into my hair. It's as good as finished. I think of Henry Gilmore's drawn, translucent face. The afternoon light on his dying skin. I know, I say. I cannot say it will be all right. His heart thumps hot against my collarbone. I want to climb inside his flesh and pluck the suffering from him. I fumble for his hand. His warm palm closes on mine. Around us, the river rises in a torrent, burbling mad. Voices like stone grinding on stone. I don't mind it now. Something good moves between us like a living thing. Tom starts. He says, "Look, look." The cave is full of moonlight, juddering, shivering. Bars of silver scatter as if we're underwater. Across the cave entrance, Tom's spiky head, his face, his ear, his shoulder, caught in moments of clarity. Light glances off the corner of the altar, chases across the walls. Shadows of far above clouds scud across the white floor. Oh, I say. It is insane. It is beautiful. Slippery light plays about the altar stone. I squint. The white stone at the base, half in shadow. I edge closer to Tom, his cheek on mine. His voice warms the air. "Iris, you could tell me your secrets. They'd be safe. I wouldn't ever tell." "What a shame," I say with sympathy. He's touched in the head. I punch him to break the strangeness. He punches me back hard. "All right, I suppose you won't." Tom's finger slides lightly on my throat. It comes to rest in the notch of my collarbone. That punch didn't work. The strangeness is everywhere. He says, I do feel a bit touched. We shake, laughing, grip tight to one another. I breathe the soft place under his ear. The moonlight plays about the cave. It glances over the pale stone at the foot of the altar. In the shifting light and dark, it could almost be a very thin, pale person curled on the floor. Glimpses of things that could be bony fingers spread wide, a bare skull peeping through baby fine hair. The blink of a black, mad eye. The white stone uncurls. The white thing stands slowly upright. The cave goes dark. "It's all right," Tom is saying. The moon went in. "Iris, it's all right." But he's wrong. The rock and the river, high and terrible. Beneath, stealthy sounds of someone coming. Padding soft across the sand, across the cave floor, coming closer in the dark. Desire. I seize Tom's calloused, puzzled hand in mine. I drag him roughly up and go, bent double, stumbling. Something groans like stone collapsing. The cave shudders. Something cracks and bursts underfoot the bottle, a white bone, and flattens into crushed shards. The sound of the river rises, harsh and rusted. Tom calls out, and I pull him faster. We're clattering and slipping in the dark. Something grazes my back, light and thin like a finger, traces the length of my spine. We're out. Behind, in the cave, something moves. On the hill, I haul the clear night into my lungs and vomit. Tom is anxious, fond. I can't answer him. His hand is on my brow. I shiver at his touch. The warmth that suffused our bones and flesh, which drew us together, is gone. What is he to me anyhow? I see with dreary clarity that everything lovely has been stripped from the world. There was someone, I say, in there. My breath is stilled too fast. The world tilts. "Iris," he says. I don't think there was. My fault, I was telling tales. Trying to frighten you. But he's frightened now. I hear it. His hand is on my brow. "You're very hot," he says. "You're ill." "Iris." "Diseased." Keep away, I say. You'll die. Don't shout, Tom says. And I doubt it. Don't touch me. I'm hot and cold by turns. The fever dream is all around. White shapes drift across the gauzy sky. I thought something horrible was in the cave, but the horrible thing is inside me. Here it is at last. Horror autotoxicus. The disease. At his window in the poor, ill-lit room above the stables. Tom's the same. The room is the same. The straw, the cloth we used to clean my boots, both lie in the corner by the door. Vague sense of gutter muck and a trace of liniment still touch the air. But nothing is as it was. The world is a slippery, raw place, stranger than I knew. No one's laughing now. Tom's puzzled, but he tries again. He trusts me. Iris, you look bad. Let me. He must be kept away. Even in my feverish state, I know the thing to say. It's been waiting to be said between us all these years. You were right before I tell him. I'm getting too big for this. Too old to play with the stable boy. I don't wait to see his face. I go back across the roof, head ringing. In my room, I lock the door. I close the shutters. I lie in lavender-scented sheets and spin. I am cold, cold. Moonlight lies cold across the floor. The curtains are cold. The lines of the furniture are cold against the dark. Raw blood sighs around me. I think of Tom's stutter, which comes when he's unnerved. The dark line of his brow like a swallow in flight. These things are what they are, but they are now also something else. Lightly, I touch the notch of my collarbone. My flesh remembers his finger resting there. Horror autotoxicus is woken by strong feeling. I hadn't understood. I have broken the rules. I have risked our lives. The fever is very high now. The world whitens and broadens until everything is a flat, white soup. White shapes dance before my eyes. I seem to hear a gong somewhere. The white is deep and welcoming, and I sink in. By the time they break down the door, I don't know names or anything else. Cold, cold. Chapter 2. Charles Danforth. October 3rd, 1881. I first laid eyes on Alonso the day we laid knives to our cadavers. Memory has played a curious trick in the intervening 20 years, for I recall it as if it were a tintype. The image is inert and dull-colored, perhaps because the memory lives in my intellect and understanding, rather than in my eyes. There was no horror in that room. I was put in mind of your minster, which I have seen once, and the cool effigies that lie there in the sanctified air. The corpses were washed and bound in cheesecloth. There was little in the waxy figures before us to revolt. They lay like brides, each on their bier, the white forms barred by a little sunshine that strayed through the high windows of that echoing hall. We set to work with the stentorian tones of the lecturer in our ears. We began on a leg. The shape, the roundness of the calf, the muscles preserved so tight and solid beneath the waxy skin, there is a peculiar pleasure to it. The knife went in. The dermis and layers of muscle were revealed like a flower, petal by petal. There were such colors and shapes I had not known. The muscle is a rich, purpled red, encased in marbled flesh the color of a baked salmon. The sinews and tendons are white with a yellowish tinge. The component parts lie tight together in symmetry, as if designed by a master craftsman, bound and run through by the lace work of corded vessels. The graceful long saphenous vein, from which other veins branch like winter trees against the sky. The rippling surface of the gastrocnemius muscle. I was bemused by the vomiting and the distress that was engendered in my fellows. Unclothed, these forms retained their modesty. They were not awesome, but simply the carcasses of men, sloughed away when need for them was done. The corpses were strongly preserved in formaldehyde. Their flesh bore little relation to that of a living being. There could be no kinship to oneself. I could not think there, but for grace go I, or one day I shall lie thus. Perhaps I should have thought these things. Perhaps I was too sure and young to truly understand the condition of these cold figures, which submitted to the outrage of our knives. Afterward, we sought the lamb and flag like hounds. Those of our party were seized by hilarity, commensurate to their previous unease. These young men shed their fear and talked loudly and bravely. Fear went down, and so did gin. Faces grew rosier, lips wetter, eyes brighter. Their memories of the blood and the bones and the delicate layers of subcutaneous flesh were transmuted, and the company waxed lewd. Presently, we were increased by a party fresh released from their lectures at Pall Mall East, and there was further frantic passage to and fro between tables and bar. We were busy as rats in an old cheese loft. One Irish gentleman, whose name I cannot now summon, besought me in plaintive accents to lay bets for the bare-knuckle fight in the yard later. For we have not enough entries, Danforth, for a book, and it is Murchison, you know, fighting against a black, and the black is sure enough to win. I demurred, for I have always abhorred and avoided all forms of gaming and violence. Here, the two were promised to be mingled in fine anarchy. My finances were somewhat straitened anyhow. I could not have paid my shot. He would not relent, however, and shouted that not for nothing were we drinking in the buckets of blood, for this was the casual name given to the establishment in which we sat. We were to see a little fisticuffs and make up a book, so that he may buy ribbons for his little sister after all. The mention of ribbons had the happy effect of diverting his talk, and he began then to describe a house he had patronized the night before, with entertainments I would not believe, he assured me. He began to tell me a tale of a pair of little twins, as perfect as they could be, who would do something with a live snake. But as he went on, his urgency and his consonance would not ally together with the drink he had taken. His breath carried an odor of halibut and sorrow. It was no trouble to get away now, and presently I saw him collapsed on a settle, mouth open, forelock damp, sleeping like a child. As the sun fell, the light grew orange and straightened its beams through the casements. Without, ladies had begun to show themselves in the street, fresh from their couches, to take the evening air. Through the rippled glass, there could be seen gloved hands and the pale silk of dresses. They did not linger by the house, and I cannot blame them for it. I imagine our hullabaloo could be heard perfectly well as far as Covent Garden. One man alone I observed, who sat quiet and played with a penny on the rim of his glass, producing a tuneful sound, never loud enough to attract notice, but so that the gathering became accustomed to the gentle noise running beneath the babble. I thought he had arrived with the others only that minute. Then I thought I had seen him in the hall that morning. This man was sallow and bast. His hair stood up at the back of his neck like the ruff of a bird. His linen was ragged at the collars and stained with ink, which also covered his hands like blemishes. He hunched in the settled chair like a crouching beast. He was fixed on his task, which he performed with movements that were precise and small. The great fingers manipulated the penny with a dexterity that confounded the eye, ran supple and light around the dirty rim. An image, a memory perhaps, arose unbidden to the surface of my mind, of him holding a knife, face solemn in the dim air. No, I thought he had not, after all, been with us this morning, for I was sure I would have noted him. I shook my head to clear it of the heavy punch fumes and moved closer under the cover of the shrieks. One bright spark had donned the tavern madam's bonnet and was discoursing in a theatrical voice on her pullets and spiced wares for sale. This was enough distraction for the company, who rocked with laughter. As I moved my stool, I was clumsy and made a business of it. The wooden legs screeched on the flags. The penny man lifted his eye to mine. It was that of a blackbird, bright and deep, like a glimpse of the bottom of a well. His finger sent the coin singing once more around the rim. They hear it, he said, but they do not mark it. It is a constant. They have accustomed themselves. But if I increased the pitch so, he poured ale into the glass, and it sang out higher, and so on. Eventually, the glass will shatter. That they will note. There will be a great fussing with cloths and restitution and a new glass, as if it were a surprise. But the warning has been sounding. He made the glass sing again, all along. Do you understand? I do not, I confess. I was held by the lights that moved in his eyes. It is so that death sits beside us every day until it is forced upon our notice. Until the vessel breaks open and life flows out, we must be blind and deaf to its presence, or we could not conduct our carnival as we do. He gestured at the youth who entertained the company. That individual was now bright red. The bonnet lay askew over one eye, and he had begun a series of high kicks, as the Parisian dancing girls do. The penny man regarded this with kindness, but absently, as if it were an effort by a child to imagine a giraffe when they have not seen one. He went on, but there are some who choose to listen to the song of mortality, which underlies it, lies beneath everything, the long note beneath the cacophony. For those who can hear death, whistling always underneath, who do not fear him, but see his part in the music. He grasped my arm as if in sympathy for them. It is a vocation of the loneliest and the highest order. We looked on one another. The finger turned, and the glass whistled its distress. The pitch soared and enclosed us in its sphere. It will break, I said. Not it, he said. Not yet. I offered him my hand, then, and told him my name. The memories of one's youth are potent. 20 years, but our talk, the sensations are there, as fresh as if preserved in aspic. How will it be when I am confronted with the man? I expect to find Alonso changed. I expect to find him the same. Somehow, I think his years in Italy will not have altered him too much. He was always of a Mediterranean temperament. Ludicrous, but I am somewhat shy at the thought of our meeting. We meant so much to one another then. I am eager for the journey to pass, which it is doing slowly. The rather circuitous and testing 235 from Paddington. I cannot see the point of it. Stop, start, stop, start, and no one gets on or off for the better part of 3 hours. We call it station after station, vacant in the sunshine. Box, no living soul. Nay, see, similarly deserted. And so on. There is great pleasure in a new diary, although this resembles more a ledger that clerks write in. I prefer it so. There is more space to a page. The paper is smooth and virgin. It smells unaccountably, but not unpleasantly, of turpentine. The cover has a soft shine and a pleasing stiffness to the boards. I am a great believer in clinical observation. I have a row of ledgers on the shelf by the window at Marylebone Lane, containing records of cases of particular interest or anything I think may be suitable for publication. I keep a small brown moleskin notebook in which I jot down any little thing that occurs to me. However, in my haste this morning, for I did not rest well and rose late, I left my own familiar diary on the nightstand. I can picture the book where it sits, the green cover worn soft and stained a little with bromide, propped in front of my Sunday collar studs, to the left of my tooth powder. Bereft. I had intended this ledger for proper observation and records, not for my own maunderings. It will have to serve for both. Reading this over, the knowledge is forced upon me that I have left behind also the tooth powder. The end. Once more we slow. Where in heavens do we halt now? Menidi. Deserted. As deserted as the Mary Celeste. I neglected to bring reading matter. My wrinkled railway timetable invites me to purchase an invisible peruke. I am asked to consider whether I would not like to acquire, for the sum of 20 shillings, an illustrated compendium of British moths. I am offered Parr's Life pills, which clear from the body all hurtful impurities, promote appetite, aid digestion, purify the blood, and keep the bowels regular. This is famous news. I can retire from my profession. Upon my return, I must put my mind to finding new lodgings. Mrs. Healy's conscience is as stiff and unworkable as her knees. I pay the woman 30 shillings a week for food and board. If I were sensible, I would buy out some country practitioner, find a wife, and spend the remainder of my years tending to small farmers, landed gentry, and the cottage hospital. Yes, by rights, I should go out of the town, be rural and comfortable. And yet, I know I will not, but will merely pass from one Mrs. Healy to another. Why does London hold me so? Very well. Let me diagnose. It is not a reason thing, but a series of impressions. The bite of the fog, the bawling of the street peddler, early on a January morning, the smell and bustle of the wharf. These things thrill my blood in the way that the first drink affects those addicted to spirituous liquors. The straining limbs of the thin mud larks, the shouts of the Covent Garden sellers, the basso profundo calls of the bargemen to one another, they are elixir to me. Perhaps these sights and sounds have a greater value in that they remind me how far I have come from my beginnings. If I could, I would excise Grimstock from the face of England, even from remembrance. I cannot put enough distance between myself and that place. The place of my birth, a small village in Lancashire where folks still leave saucers of milk outside their doors on Samhain. Were he not everywhere, I would say that God does not know Grimstock, where bare living is scratched from the hard, black land, where the wind moans and cuts your face. The people die young and bitter. It is a place that chills the heart and mind. Not long, 2 hours, a little more. I feel the beginning of an appetite. Travel is a great strain on the person. It produces fatigue, the migraine, or nausea. In me, it also produces hunger. With Alonso, I will have days of good wine and good food. For myself, I am content with a simple life, but it does not mean that I hold such things in contempt. Yes, it will be a pleasant respite from Mrs. Healy's tender mercies. I recall some trick of Alonso's cook, most successful, with juniper berries and a teal duck. I will try to compose myself for sleep now, so as to be alert for my arrival. If rest eludes me, I shall watch the fields pass until dusk falls and be content. Later, raw blood. I disembarked at Exeter in a state of confusion, having fallen into a deep sleep. My bewilderment drew comment from a robust country child who stood on the platform, throwing stones at the sky. I regret to say that his observations earned him a sharp clip on the ear. While taking careful inventory of my belongings, I was tapped on the shoulder and saw that Shakes was there to greet me. I would not have thought he still lived. To me, he looked old when I was young, but the eyes of youth see nothing as it is. Shakes has worked in Alonso's service for so many years that some familiarity of manner is only to be expected, but he shook my hand like an acquaintance as he took my portmanteau. I hid my perturbation. As it is a considerable distance to Raw Blood, I settled myself with the hot brick at my feet and resigned myself to the last part of my journey. I was not concerned. On a clear night with a full moon, one may drive as safely across Dartmoor as in daylight. We drove through a cool evening, scented with grass and the honeyed tang of heather, and my spirits rose somewhat. I do believe that the air in this part of the world carries with it healthful properties. Familiar shapes rose from the dark. There was Hamel Down, and there was Haytor. The stones at Score Hill could be seen on the crest of a hill beyond. This is grand country, soft and carved by age. With each mile, my heart lifted. I am not fond of rural places in general, but these hills hold the imprint of affection. I have missed this land. I have missed my friend. His letter was a welcome peace offering indeed. The carriage lamps picked out the eyes of startled rabbits as we went, and I began to consider my dinner once more. Alonso was in times past particularly fond of a kind of rabbit stew. We came to a halt. I peered out but could discern no lights nor anything familiar. Shakes appeared at the carriage door with my portmanteau. What? I cried. Is something amiss? Have we lost a wheel, or has one of the leaders cast a shoe? Nah, he said in that lackadaisical way he has. We be air. I descended from the carriage and saw that we were, indeed, before the house, which was plunged into darkness, only the starlight reflected in the windows. But what is this? Is your master from home? Appin e's workin' still. Oil take V's up direct, and SHE war ye boyd, said Shakes. I am having the greatest trouble rendering his speech on the page. It is both more menacing and more sweet, with that West Country air, than I can suggest. Perhaps it is best that I leave aside any attempt to do so. He suffers also from a lack of teeth, which does not aid communication. But am I not expected? Yower, but wager ease forgot. No, I really must abandon any attempt to record Shakes verbatim. It looks like pure nonsense. I thought of the welcome I had in this house in the past. Blazing fires, an easy chair, hot Devon cider. And then there was Alonso himself. Bear-like and jovial, he was the warmest and most attentive of hosts. Forgotten? And by Alonso? I stumbled on the drive. In the light of the carriage lamps, I saw it state. Weeds had sprung up here and there, and bare patches had been gouged in the gravel surface. I called my host's name, but there being no reply, I followed Shakes toward the darkened house. There was some difficulty with the door, which did not want to give. It is of the old kind, large and heavy, bound with straps and knobs of iron, like buboes. It yielded at last with a screeching that tried my patience. You will want to take some mutton grease to that hinge, I told Shakes. He said some or other local thing. When we gained entry, the air was bad and cold. I followed Shakes through the darkened halls. The lamp fell on objects of a sudden, giving them a surprised and strange look, as though they had been doing something furtive in the dark and had only resumed their immobility that instant for our benefit. We went on, the fellow setting matches to lamps, fires, and tapers with his wizened hand. I must take up the matter of gas lamps with Alonso. It is surely perverse in this day and age to live in this antediluvian, tallow and wax fashion. Can gas be had in the countryside? As we progressed farther into the house, away from the air and the friendly night, I became prey to a strange illusion. Raw blood was behind me when I looked, known and welcoming. But when I looked ahead, there lay a shadowed and alien dwelling, which I did not know. We came to the door of my chamber. The lamp played upon the lintel and cast a little bright circle before it into the place beyond. Something fled from the edge of the light. I stopped Shakes. There is someone within, I said as quietly as I was able, barely breathing the words. Oh, where's a stick, man, or any kind of weapon? Shakes looked at me in a blank, stupid fashion. He shrugged and seemed not to understand, for he went into the room, and I was forced to follow after. With the quick, sharp scratch of a match, the candelabra was lit. He and I regarded one another in the dubious light. We were alone. I tooted. Well, I said, it must have been a rat or some animal. I was upset, for I cannot abide a rat. It is most unsanitary. When we had settled my things and made the room bright and good, I turned to Shakes and said, "Take me to him now, please." He grunted and led me out. To my surprise, we went along the servants' passage and stairs to the kitchen. And here, at last, there was warmth and some sign of occupation. Lamps were lit, though turned low, and a pot steamed on the hearth, giving out the soothing perfume of sage and gravy. But we did not stop. On through the scullery and down the cellar stairs. We were then in the bowels of the building. The house rests, as it were, upon a warren of little corridors. These are of thick stone, which elongates and yet muffles sound in a peculiar way. I shook my head as we went, for I had a buzz in my head, due no doubt to the fatigue of the day and to hunger. The lamp shone on the stone walls, which were wet in places. The flags beneath our feet were very worn. I believe that the cellars here are extensive, for there are side chambers here and there, and the passages are hung throughout with iron hooks and struts, such as those that hold barrels and casks. The singing in my head grew stronger, and I motioned for Shakes to stop. "I cannot," I said. "I believe that the air is not good. I have a ringing in my ears." He grasped my arm then, which I found distressing. He said something that seemed to suggest that Alonso was not far off, but I was out of all patience. "Leave go, if you please. I will await above stairs." Then the man pulled me along. I could not credit it. He seized my arm with a two-tang, as if at a recalcitrant donkey, and hauled me to the end of the corridor. I was outraged, but this scarce had room in my head, for the humming had risen to fill it. As we rounded the corner, I saw light and a chamber ahead. I brushed Shakes from my arm and went to the entrance. The light was dazzling, white, and strange, shocking after the dark passage. It was some time before my eyes would serve me, but what met them was a welcome sight. I guessed that this had been the largest cellar. It had vaulted ceilings and clean, lime-washed walls. The air was cool and clean. The flags were swept clear, and lamps were set at intervals in niches. The source of the humming was now apparent. A generator squatted blackly in the corner. And the room, well, I was at home of a sudden. It was laid out according to our old schema, the laboratory. Alonso being right-handed, the shelves were on the right. The compartment that holds each bottle was packed with straw to prevent movement. A soft leather case of metal syringes sat atop a measuring glass. On the left was my domain, for I am what was once called sinistral. My left hand is dominant. It was a cause for some rallying between Alonso and myself in the old days. His tools and mine lay together, 2 feet apart on green baize. The chymograph for tracing the tiny variations, the language of blood pressure. Alonso reads those delicate lines on the paper as fluently as he does English. The hemocytometer, by which I delve into the microscopic kingdom of blood to count the cells. There were the sheaves of gelatin for growing cultures and racks of blank slides with their wooden surrounds. In the center of the room were 2 scrubbed slabs, securely bolted to packing cases filled with sandbags. From the corner came gentle rustling, and the glint of eyes could be seen in the depths behind screens of wire. It was a replica of our old workroom, needing only the tall windows and moldering velvet curtains for the illusion to be complete. For there was Alonso, head lowered, his eyes upon a pipette, the contents of which he was transferring to a screen. I waited for this delicate operation to be completed and then called to him. We went eagerly to one another. The intervening years were nothing. We helloed and shook hands mightily. But when he turned to me in the strange light, I was forced to quick dissimulation, hard put to refrain from crying out. Many thoughts at once jostled for expression, and in this state, I told him the first that broke the surface proper. I am all amazement, I said. Is it an electric light? It was a different world in the warm parlor, with a mug in my hand and a rug on my legs. I first demurred at the rug, he insisted. I again made to refuse, but here we each caught the other's eye and chuckled at our politeness. We are no longer 20, and one must preserve one's health. I thought to amuse him with my imagined intruder and told the story, I think, well, making great play of Shake's indifference and of my own fear. The effect on him was extraordinary. The levity left him at once. He rose some way in his seat and took my forearm in a grip like iron. A shadow crossed his face, like a wave across a ragged shore. I had a conviction that, for a moment, there lay under his features the face of another man entirely. Did you see the eyes? He asked between his teeth. Alonso, I exclaimed, and my hand shook, spilling good drops of cider on the very good Aubusson at my feet. And then it was Alonso, with his habitual, kindly demeanor, who leaned over me. He sighed and said, "The cellar is no place for a man to work long hours. I must keep it very brightly lit, and I think it shortens my temper. You will forgive me, Charles." I agreed. It was foolishness, of course, the combined effect of worry, travel, and warm cider on my constitution, which is unsuited to all three. Alonso broke in on these reflections quietly. Of late, I have been prey to the many anxieties of a solitary man. The truth is, I am glad of you, Charles. You sound almost ashamed to own it. Am I the cavalry? He laughed and said that he was not, and that I was. And then he thought of dinner, which was laid in the adjoining parlor. I was glad of it, and found as we passed through that I could detect the scent of rabbit gravy in the air. He said, "We must wait upon ourselves. Shakes cannot help us, for he must see to the safe disposal of my equipment for the night. There are no other servants here at present." "It is forced upon one's notice," I agreed, lifting a dusty hand from the door frame and applying my handkerchief. "May I ask why?" He smiled in his ruined face, and we sat. It came to me in an uncomfortable fashion that he perceived exactly my distaste at the sad alteration that had taken place in him. I gave myself rabbit and, in a fit of distraction, took too much, which then I felt obliged to eat. "Now," I said, aiming to recover, "have you dismissed them all in a rage? Or did you consider that the housekeeper looked tired, and you gave them all a year's leave?" The two scenarios were equally likely, my friend being of a mercurial temper, loving and detesting in equal measures. His capacity for analysis and for feeling is larger than that of any other man of my acquaintance. Alonso took his seat. "Neither," he said. I found that, after my return from Siena, they no longer cared to stay. Over the repast, we talked commonplaces. I regaled him with tales of our old acquaintance, mutual acquaintance no longer, I fear, since he had neatly severed himself from England and from friends for 20 years. He said little. I do not think he took much interest in my reflections and little bits of news, but they plugged the silence, and I was pleased enough with them for that. Under cover of this light talk, I took the opportunity to observe my host. I was prey to no small unease. Why his servants should choose to depart, I could not think, and he would not be drawn on the subject. He nursed a glass of wine but did not drink. His answers regarding his scientific preoccupations were brusque. When I questioned him, he seemed to pause to listen to an inner voice and then diverted me from the subject with a bluntness that bordered on the discourteous. He is not unlike himself, but magnified, as if all the brightness and the darkness in him is refracted through a lens. He is a large man, as I have intimated, with a great deal of that black hair that is always too long for tidiness standing upon his head at an angle. He does everything at a great pace and prefers to be occupied with two tasks at once. I have seen him scratching an equation with one hand, while with the other, he feeds a kitten with a cloth soaked in milk. He is often impatient with others of his species, but tender-hearted with dumb things. When it is required that they must be sacrificed in the course of his work, he does not demur, however. Beneath his sentiment, he has the level temperament required by our profession. I was not surprised at his motley appearance. I think his shirt was torn in two places, his shoes laced with strings of different colors. In that way, he is as he ever was. Although careless of his attire, his collars are always ragged and his hats often dented. He used to be a man precise in his movements, quick and careful, and there is a great change in him in this respect. I noted how he slumped in his chair, consuming his food carelessly and, I might add, with no regard to mess. This unwanted indifference gave me pause, but there is a more disturbing change in his form. One constant remains, his eyes. They are large, and as he is accustomed to be healthy, the whites are very pale and provide a strong contrast to the iris, whose natural color is black or a very dark brown. They retain that peculiar illusion of being lit from within. A fine, clear eye, in summary, which incidentally has no need of spectacles. I will cease to fuss about and bring myself to the kernel of this. I should say he was not as a large man. Though still impressive in stature, Alonso is miserably diminished. He presents a wasted appearance. His skin in places is almost translucent. The architecture of his wrists and neck so clearly apparent that I suffered a moment of shock whenever he leaned into the candlelight. His face is as of bone. To be seated beside him, well, it was like eating my dinner with a dead man. I know not how else to express my horror. I looked on him and was both revolted and ashamed at once, for I should offer him my understanding and place my skills at his disposal, not shrink from him as though he were a bogey that little children dream of. Had I not encountered him in his own house, had I not been led to him and told here, "This is Alonso," I would not have known him. When the plates were clear, he pushed back his chair and regarded me. "I must wonder," I said, "what is the nature of my visit? How long do you make your stay with me, Charles?" "As long as you would have me, for my part. But I have made arrangements for 1 week." He hissed between his teeth. "It is not much," he said, "not much time." He seemed to speak to himself more than to me, and I knew not what to answer. But presently, he came out of his reverie and rose. "We must use it well, then." He winced as he lifted his emaciated length from the chair. "Why have you come back, Alonso?" Truthfully, the question burst from me. I had not known I was going to ask it. He smiled. "Come, we will drink to one another and to old friendship." Cravenly, I followed his lead and did not pursue it. I thought I knew the answer to my question, and I was afraid to hear it from his lips. I have come home to die. When we were settled once more in the easy chairs, and with another cider safely in my hand, I went once more unto the breach, recalling to him an idea we had had of applying mercury to alleviate Paget's disease. I made no progress on that matter, he said. He yawned. I had quite forgotten some of the peculiar starts we used to indulge. I said, please choose a topic for discussion, Alonso, since you will not be frank with me. Perhaps you think that I am some official, come with forms and regulations. Or the boot is on the other leg. You do not care to have another at your shoulder, peering at your methods. I can assure you, Alonso, that I am no thief of other men's thoughts. I will keep away from the cellar during my stay. I had a flush in my face from the fire. I attended to my brow with a handkerchief. He hid his eyes. I thought that perhaps he wept, but when he showed his face to me, it was one of merriment. My temper cooled somewhat. Alonso was not himself. Oh, I feel like myself again, he said. I was right to send, as you say, for the cavalry. No, I do not fear your scrutiny or the machinations of a rival. He turned toward the fire then, and in its warm light, I saw again how tightly the flesh clung to his bones. It is not that I do not wish you with me. I should be glad. I am not ashamed to say that I had hoped. For your talents fit the purpose, like a glove. You must know, here he placed his index finger lightly on mine. For a moment, it rested like a butterfly on my knuckle, that the English journals can be had abroad, even in Italy. Even, Charles, the Journal of the Royal Microscopical Society, containing your treatise. I find that you are a coming man. I had not thought that Alonso would read such poor things as my offerings to those minor papers. Did I blush? I sincerely hope I did not. I cannot deny that I was moved. Such a little thing it was on the relation of Thames water to the Whitechapel cholera epidemic. Kindly received in some specialist circles, to be sure, but creating no stir. He went on, I would not wish you to leap before looking. It is lonely work, as you will recall, and it takes a strong stomach. He creased his brows. So, we come to the crux of the matter. I should hesitate to ask this of you, and yet here it is, I do ask. I beg you, he said, do not fence about with me any longer. Do you not know why I have come back? You must know, he said. You are ill, I said. My heart rose bitter in my throat. He grimaced, his white face creased like paper. Yes, as you observe, I am. It is an old family affliction. It has dogged the Villarcas since. Well, since there were Villarcas, I suppose. Perhaps, I said, as caustic as I could manage, you might be a touch more specific. I am, after all, a doctor. I have seen all the doctors. Let it be. I am here because I had need to see raw blood again, to touch its walls once more, warm from the sun, to feel my house breathe about me in the night. Raw blood and the Villarcas are one in ways that perhaps I cannot fully explain. If I am to die, I will do it here. There was silence for a moment, and then he said, but that is not all, Charles. Why have I asked you here? In your heart, you know. I will not guess, Alonso. I have come back to revive the work. It seemed to me then that in that darkened room, the shades of what we had known and done together lay in the long gabled shadows and played about the flickering edges of the fire. The past was all about us, strong as wine. I closed my eyes and spoke firmly, not to the wreck that sat so quietly in the chair opposite my own, but across the years, to the man I knew then. It is a sad fact that a man cannot recapture his past, I said. We cannot be as we were. Nor would I wish it, he answered me tranquilly. No, I thought it is I who wish for it, that you, at the least, could be restored. I said, I do not know that I would have the heart for such things now. I think that we were wild young men. Even in saying so, I moved myself ever closer to his mind, for we began to settle in our old parts, his to lead and mine to caution. Alonso made a steeple of his hands. He leaned toward me. The light moved over the young eyes, the ravaged face. "Un long et affreuse cuisine," he said. "Do you remember?" "Yes." "Do you indeed?" I did not know how to answer him. He went on, "Your French was always execrable. A tonic, then, for your memory. The science of life is a superb and dazzlingly lighted hall, which may be reached only by passing through a long and ghastly kitchen." Alonso regarded me, turning his ring on his little finger. It is a peculiar thing for a man to wear, fine and gold, set with white and red stones. It looks made for a lady's hand, an engagement band perhaps. Most men would not wear it. Fire caught the gems. Motes of light threw themselves across the darkened walls. He did not press me. He knows better. Only the muted grumblings of the fire and cheerful trickle of cider from jug to cup intruded on our silence. I knew myself to be in raw blood, but other places moved before my inner eye, places that were peopled by my younger selves, suffused with other desires. A tonic for my memory, indeed. I have but one Father, who art in heaven. The earthly one that was, I do not consider. But it was Alonso who taught me how to reason, to see wherein lay our purpose beyond toil, dirt, and suffering. It was Alonso who raised me from the childhood of my thought. So I rose and took a candle. With it, I went to his kitchen. It was in darkness now and smelled of cold fat. The shadows fell thickly everywhere in the guttering light. Nevertheless, I found what I sought and returned holding it before me. Alonso smiled when he saw the knife. I may say I laughed too. I made the old pledge, pricking my finger and handing the blade to him. He did the same. We saluted with bleeding fingers and pressed the mouths of the wounds together. We sat there both, two men in our middle years, clutching our fingers and grinning like schoolboys. He sighed, as one does when pain is relieved. "Will you swear," he asked, "not to bring any person near raw blood? Especially into the house. We cannot have local gossip dining out on us." "I cannot think I will have occasion, swear it, Charles." "Very well," I said. "I swear." There was a peculiar sensation at the base of my neck, akin to effervescence. My mind was unclear, and my thoughts moved as clouds do, quick and light, through my skull. The emptiness of the house, the shadow I had seen in my chamber. I looked on my friend, and it seemed that his face was what it had been when we were young, and then there sat before me once more a ruined stranger. It became apparent to me at this juncture that I was drunk. I must have said something to this effect to Alonso, for I heard his voice drifting up to me from a great distance, and he seemed to be speaking of cider. For a West Country man, I have an unpatriotic indifference to it. I cannot stomach it. However, it is said in the village that the apples were small and bitter last year, and that may account for its strength. Is it not to your taste? I will give you port. No, it is very good. I took another draught, which exacerbated matters, and said carefully, I fear I do not have the head I used to. For the best, perhaps. I would that you slept soundly tonight. I thought how good he was, and how careful of me. He was ever so. Moved, I drained my mug. I heard him murmur, but I could not catch it. My head began to gradually detach itself, or so it seemed, from my body. When I made to describe this interesting sensation to Alonso, he looked at me strangely, and it became apparent to me that I had giggled and muttered, but said nothing. I judged it time to take my leave. As I mounted the stairs in a meandering fashion, I was troubled by a stray thought that demanded that I sit. I cannot recall it. It was a conviction of the firmest order. Thankfully, in good time, I rose and dismissed the matter. Men are whole, I said to myself, only in the company of other congenial men. I was favorably impressed with this epigram and repeated it several times. It spurred me as far as my room. There was business to be attended to there. The furniture seemed to have lost its definition, moving and dancing so as to turn up in just the right place for a man to bark his shins on it. What to do, I said to myself as I clutched my aggrieved leg. But I made shift and wrestled myself out of my clothes and into a nightgown. With a negligence that is quite unlike me, I neglected to speak my prayers. I fell, slowly and long, toward white linen and coverlets and the hot brick that warmed the whole, and passed straight through them into a fair, where a fellow with the head of a bear was attempting to persuade me to marry his sister. While I expressed my urgent desire to shave him of his fur and return him, I said, to the state of man. October 4th, the sunlight pours in through the leaden panes, giving a front to my aching head. I am once more abed, for as well as pain, I am suffering from an excess of impressions at which I grasp, fruitlessly, through the dull fog that lies behind my eyes. I awoke this morning to nausea, my vision uncertain. The neuralgic headache, my old enemy, was hard upon me. I have been prey to it since I was young. Headache is the symptom of numerous afflictions. In most instances, the cause of the difficulty is to be found not in the head, but in various organs of the body. It is a doctor's bane, in that it is the commonest of maladies, yet debilitating, and it has as many causes as there are diseases of the body or mind. In me, it descends abruptly, like a hawk, when my nervous system is overset by excitement, or travel, or alcoholic drink. In this particular case, all three were at work, and I was not surprised. Sometimes air will dispel it, though the effort of getting out into it and staying there with that brass band playing within one's skull is repulsive to the sufferer. To that end, I rose and went out of the house and into the garden, which gives onto the moor. I avoided the front of the house. I had a desire for solitude. The day is crisp, and white clouds pass busily about in a blue sky, as if to confirm that far above us is a world of intention and great moment, of which we paltry creatures know nothing. I thought of Meg. The presence of trees, grass, and wide horizons seem to bring her closer. When I am in the city, the odor and the hubbub come between us, and I cannot call her to mind. I cannot summon her face, for the pattern I have is one blurred with the roundness of infancy, the character overlaid with that lisping, winsome quality that all little girls share. She will be 16 next summer, and I will choose for her some bauble or ribbon and send it to her, and that will be that. I have not laid eyes on her for 12 years. She may have grown into any kind of a young woman. She is my sister, but I might pass her in the lane tomorrow and know no better. I am ashamed to say that I prefer it so. By report, she is unmanageable. It must be thought on, for she is assuredly no longer a child, and something must be done. I will take this opportunity to describe the house, for I saw it at good advantage today from a gentle rise by the drive, warm in the sun, which played over the ancient diamond panes. To a modern eye, the building is barbarous, having none of the cleanliness of line and purpose with which the wise builders of today fashion their work. The angles all disagree. Many windows are inserted in the stone front in a dashing sort of way, and it crumbles at the edges here and there. It is very low Elizabethan, the roof adorned liberally with gables and that sort of thing, which gives it a peculiarly imposing silhouette. The house is not high, stretching to 3 floors only, and from above, it seems to cling to the ground, lending the building an air of permanence and solidity. I have found it a place of comfort in the past. It lends one's thoughts wings and one's heart ease. It has stood during ages, through terrible storms and high winds. I am not as well apprised of the history of these parts as I should be, but I imagine that it has withstood battles also, those tempests that are made by man. It seems evident from the very name of the place that this is so. The 2 wings extend back from the front, creating a shape, and they form a partial courtyard behind, which is a haven from the worst of the moorland bluster. I recall that Alonso ordered it cleared many years ago to make a rose garden. In doing the work, the men's hoe struck often against some ancient and curious piece of machinery, half buried in the black Dartmoor earth. There were uncovered some fragments of tile and coins, a rudimentary system of lead pipes, the remains of a fire iron and wooden shoe. These accoutrements of the quotidian become bizarre when viewed at the remove of centuries. The garden that was put there was an agreeable arbor, forming a perfect palette of color. Pink Duchesse de Brabant roses flourished in particular, and the nodding of their pale heads against the old walls and verdant paths was a pleasant thing to see on a summer evening. Odd, I am considering many things odd today, but so it is that a man of Alonso's character should have conceived such an idea as a rose garden. But he is full of oddities. I am sorry to record that the garden is now turned to wilderness. Nettles and firs combat each other in a vigorous tussle for supremacy. Brush and bramble abound. The sparse patches of dry grass that remain uncovered are dwarfish and doddered. Instead of damask and blush and crimson, the place is colored with the villainous yellow of ragweed. It is a complete briar patch and a perfect breeding ground for vermin. I will mention to Alonso a ratting dog. It has always struck me as strange that raw blood, this little piece of England, should be the property of one who is not truly English. I have heard the account of how my friend came by his complexion, his name, and his house. The Hopewells are Alonso's maternal ancestors. A violent, hot-blooded line. Raw blood was theirs. But they lost through imprudence, a wager, I believe, and the family scattered and dwindled. Many years later, a Spanish nobleman heard a young woman, the last of the Hopewells, speak sadly of the end of her family and her lost childhood home. Greatly moved, he searched the county end to end, purchased the house, and gave her back the deeds just to see her smile. They married later, of course, and so their son Alonso is half a Spaniard, half a Devon man. That is how raw blood came to the Villarcas. It is a pretty romance containing, as all good romances do, great tragedy. Alonso and I both were orphaned young. Looking at the house in the yellow light of this autumn morning, I thought it did not seem an ill inheritance, though it was bought with pain. I traced the familiar lineaments of windows, doors, and corners, my eye resting lazily on the geometry of the casements, the furtive ivy that laid thin tendrils up the walls. The sun was higher now, and I removed my hat. The air was sweet, and the breeze flew by me, and I began to feel that the pain flew away with them little by little, and I became playful. I kicked a stone, dallied with it, passed it from foot to foot, strolling to and fro on the sward. Standing on that rise, clutching the weathered brim of my hat, the dew creeping into my boots, badly in want of amend, I felt at peace. I may have spread my arms wide to take in the morning. I am sure I closed my eyes and removed my shirt collar. The air played about my face, and the call of wood pigeons rose from the coppice behind. It seemed to me then, as I stood on that little knoll in an obscure corner of Devonshire, that I could see England spread before me in dense, bright fields, bound by ancient hedgerows of rowan and hawthorn, in high, bare moors and cushions of heather. In little cobbled towns where the mills still turn in the old way and carts make their way to market in the morning under the early stars, in dark lakes and high peaks where red kites circle, all the work of the Creator wrought in infinite. Symmetry. Who is like unto thee, O Lord, among the gods? Who is like thee, glorious in holiness, fearful in praises, doing wonders? Exodus 15, verse 11. As the clouds scud for a moment over the sun, my eye was caught by a movement at a window. I peered, and obligingly, the clouds gathered closer over the day. I saw a pale face looking at me, oddly bisected by those diamond panes. There was that peculiar illusion created by dark clothes that the head was suspended in air. My reverie was observed. To think oneself alone and surrender to whatever vagaries of thought are presently occupying one, to perhaps scratch one's head and whistle a tune only ever heard in the imagination, only to realize that, all the while, there have been eyes to see and a mind to judge. It is not a pleasant experience. In this instance, I felt cold, as if I had 1 minute past swallowed a chip of ice. With a violence that is quite unlike me, I shook my fist at my audience, my anger, I am sure, writ clear upon my face. pain renewed itself around the plates of my skull. They were gone as soon as looked at in a flash of pallor. No features were discernible. There had been some kind of hat which hid them in shadow, and yet I received a strong impression of disdain. I counted the windows from the corner, determined to remonstrate with whatever housemaid could be so remiss as to look on me so. I counted and counted again, for it seemed impossible that my outrage could be so neatly justified. Once more I numbered them. 1, 2, 3, 4. There could be no mistake. The intruder had gazed upon me from my own room. My host was knocking mud from his boots as I came to the door. I found this homely and peaceful action enervating, out of reason. Alonso should control his household better. He must ensure that his servants do not peer at people through windows. We went in together, he unhurried and I stalking ahead in my offense, stumbling a little in the dark hall, my eyes unprepared for the change of light. "How did you rest?" he asked. "One of those Dined birds has got in again." He swore again and batted with his hand at a small, dark shape that sped by him. The swallow rose and beat itself against the roof of the hall. It hammered itself against the high glass window. There was a terrific rush of air as the bird flew past me on the stairs. Such a wind, produced by so small a thing. I arrived at my chamber precipitously and investigated it thoroughly. As was to be expected, perhaps, it was empty. My ascent had given the intruder some minutes in which to withdraw. Nothing had been disturbed. I could trace only the signs of my own occupation. The room bore still that thick quiet of recent slumber. The bedclothes lay in the tumbled disarray in which I had left them. My shirts hung in good order in the garderobe, the door slightly ajar as I had left it. A fly buzzed urgently in the casement, punctuating the silence with its efforts to penetrate the glass. Several dark hairs were tangled still in the comb, flung carelessly on the dresser. My shaving water sat congealing on the washstand. And yet I was not satisfied. There was a quality in the air, not so definite as to be called a scent, but for me an unequivocal confirmation that I had not been misled. Someone had been here. I moved to the window and looked. There I saw the sward, rising above the drive, still sunlit where I stood moments ago. Under the cedar tree was something, a pile of earth, something. A crudely dug rectangle scarred the vivid green. A fresh grave, not large, long enough to hold a small woman or an older child. The sight filled me with peculiar feeling, as if all the sadness in the world had been drawn down into that spot. Memory and longing were in me. I was on the verge of recalling some monstrous secret of existence. My insides were pulled about with sadness. There was something unpleasant about it, as if these feelings belonged to someone else, and I was but a vessel for them. But it was impossible. I had walked on that spot beneath the cedar tree not 10 minutes since. The turf was unbroken then, and yet there it lay below, before my very eyes. I caught the scent, or thought I did, of dark earth in the morning air. I bent and peered through the imperfections in the old glass. I thought I could perceive some mist there, as though it had been closely breathed upon. I thought I am standing where she stood. Thus, she must have watched me. It was strongly borne upon my recollection in that moment that there were no servants in the house. A feeling of great cold descended upon me, and I felt that the window receded, that I was being drawn back, far away from the room, from the light, and from the green world outside. I was in a tunnel whose destination was somewhere cold and black and deep. I gasped, staggered, and fell. I wriggled blindly as a worm toward the door, but was defeated and lay gutted upon the dusty boards. Slowly, orientation returned. The physical symptoms dissipated. The walls righted themselves. I raised myself up, but regretted it. My insides were being stirred with a pudding spoon. I was obliged to sit on the unmade bed to recover. Consumed by a great thirst, I drank water from the ewer, holding it as weakly as a kitten. I write this reclining against the pillows like any sickroom patient. These attacks have exhausting, tintinnabulous propensities. The pounding in my head is as of a gong. When I had recovered sufficiently, I went to find Alonso. The windows by the front door were open, letting in sweet air, but also a draught. I shut them. I looked also toward the rise, where sat the tree, spreading its great limbs over the hill. The turf was smooth, unmarked. No grave, of course. I found Alonso still at the board, or rather, a newspaper rustled in his place at the table, the sides of which were grasped by his long hands. A spiral of cigarillo smoke rose from behind the print. Cold dishes sat on the soiled cloth. I sat, and the paper was lowered. His aspect does not improve, viewed under the morning light. We observed one another in turn, he kindly and with his head on one side, and I through the fingers of one hand, in which rested the bulbous melon I must currently term my head. I do not doubt that I presented as sorry a spectacle as he. You cannot complain that the swallows accept your invitation, I said, if you leave your windows wide open. I did not leave them open, he said. He peered closer at me. You have the black dog on you, I perceive. His use of our old name for the affliction was almost too much to bear. Many were the times he sat by me in darkened rooms as I lay insensible. I have chlorodyne in the house, he said. No doubt. It will not surprise you that I do not touch opiates. How can I say this to you? I raised my eyes to his. I am deeply sorry for all that passed between us then. How can you forgive? How? You mean Manning's cure, he said. How can you smile? How? Tonteria, he said. We took our chances. Solo el amor. Alonso is rarely Spanish. Mine is but a smattering, so I may have this wrong. But I believe he said it was only love. In the days when our friendship was in its infancy and we were students, consumed with idealism and ideas, Alonso and I were bound together by our fascination with all things sanguinary. With the benefit of mature reflection, I must concede that our preoccupation amounted almost to infatuation. We kept vials and pipettes of blood and made experiments with it in the cold nights. We infected it with bacteria. We were great admirers of Pasteur, who was then only beginning to make his mark, and observed the differing effects of infection on a host, usually a cat, which after a period of observation we then had to dispose of. We wished to analyze blood and to study it, to penetrate its secrets in the most scientific fashion, but our feeling for the stuff had a reverence in it too that bordered on the mystical. Alonso claimed he could determine the blood of a woman of the rookeries of St. Giles from a lord's merely by working a splash of it between his fingers and from its scent. I tested him thoroughly, using cat's blood, chicken's blood, and that from the cadaver of a young boy found in the vicinity of 7 Dials with his arm missing. Alonso was wrong on every count, but this did not deter us one whit. We would be the first to read the properties of blood and divine its influence on character. We were not acolytes of Blundell. We knew why his transfusions failed. He sought to replace the blood as though he were refilling a lamp. He did not treat it as part of the essence of the creature, which we knew it was. Though I prepared the journals of those early forays into blood and bacteria for publication, they were not contemptible as research. I always refrained, dogged by a persistent hope that the matter was not done with, that we may yet bring that work back to life and make our names. But we never returned to each other or to that subject that consumed so many waking hours of our youth until now. The cellar looked inoffensive on this new day and in the light of our renewed amity. All was neat, orderly, and gleaming. I felt that excitement rise in me that precedes a day's hard work of judgment and interpretation, of recording and analysis, of straining the boundaries of our knowledge. When I looked to Alonso, I saw the same eagerness on his face. It is so when we work side by side, we attune ourselves to each other's thoughts and moods. He grasped my arm, our pulses quickened. We can control airflow and temperature to a fraction of a degree. If I had built this above, we could not do this. And if the temperature at which these are stored and at which we work is constant, why, then the results of our labors cannot be imputed to error or to exterior forces, such as degradation. For if the environment remains a constant, the effect of exposure and temperature on the work will be calculable. There are 6 cages, each containing 2 rabbits, and 2 tanks containing 4 frogs each. There are blood samples too, which have been taken from their hosts and contained in flasks. They are kept in a glass cabinet with a lock, and the key hangs around my friend's neck. They stand in a rank of 8, and as we work, Alonso watches them anxiously and touches them gently, holding the dark, ruby liquid to the light. There's a stout wooden chest, bound with iron, the key to which is thick and has many wards and joins the first around Alonso's neck. This chest contains flasks also, although we do not hold them up to the light and admire their color. When Alonso had shown me all, I gave him the appreciation due to such an undertaking. It is a labor that cannot fail to impress, I remarked. All that remains to be shown me is our purpose. He straightened his thin frame and glared at me. Our purpose, dearest Charles? We must drag England into the 19th century. On the continent, they are readying themselves for the 20th. Birko, Magendie, Bernard, Pasteur, Koch, Ehrlich. These are the great men of our time. You say that this is fine. He waved an arm at the stone walls, but it is not. We are not in a hospital. We do not occupy a laboratory in one of the great universities. No, we are working at my private expense in my home. The frailty of English medicine is spelt out here where we stand in this cellar. This is where English medical research has come to live. In Germany, in France, in Austria, men of science are encouraged to push back the limits of our knowledge. They are supported by the state and by private philanthropy, in practice and in principle, by which I mean financially and ethically. In medicine, we are a nation of amateurs. And even the most gifted of those amateurs must plow through the obstructions of an insipid morality that claims itself religion. Vivisection and the need for cadavers provokes an outrage in the English breast only equaled by its arrogance. But the outrage must be faced and overcome. We will lose everywhere, in medicine, in battle, in governance of the empire itself, if we do not place the progress of science highest among our aims. I regarded him with a little censure. It is an example of the license I allow Alonso that I do not take to heart his diatribes against God and the long disquisitions against that good and patient institution, the Church of England. It was not this that gave me pause. It is a strange thing, but I have not been accustomed to regard Alonso as English. I felt a little affront, which I tried to put down, for he has the right of birth and of half his parentage, does he not? And yet, we can attempt something here, certainly, I said. But it is not true that there are no coming men among us. That new fellow of the Royal Society, I cannot recall his name. The Royal Society is a gentleman's club, a watering hole for old quacks. Linton? No, for it was more unfriendly to the tongue. Listen. As we spoke, Alonso reached into a dark cage and produced a rabbit, hanging by its scruff. This is Actaeon, he said. He is the patriarch of this little family. Do you recall, Charles? The predisposition of certain families, I said. Immunity, which travels in the blood. With a syringe, Alonso took blood from Actaeon, who scuffled his white and brown feet, but appeared otherwise resigned. He made a careful screen, added a drop of amber stain from a dropper. I watched the pale, long fingers, his lowered gaze. Intent, carven face. It seemed in that moment that all was right with the world again. The years fell away and everything was in its proper channel. Alonso said, 6 of these fellows are your run-of-the-mill rabbits. The others, however, look. He placed the slide under the hemocytometer and motioned me forward. I could not credit it. Is it so with all 6? Alonso's look was fatigued and wry both. It was a great deal of trouble to find them, he said. That 6 are of the same family, all immune to the Pastorella multicida. We began it. I said, our study all those years ago. Alonso was a man possessed, but then we parted ways and he abandoned science. And it was over, or so I thought. We began it, Alonso said, and we will finish it now, because we are armed with new knowledge. You have read Ehrlich? He has given us the key, in that little word, at the end of his treatise, the anticorpor. I squinted for a moment. German is such an effort. The antibody. The antibody. By examination of both infected and immune rabbits, I believe we can isolate the antibodies that provide the protection from Pastorella multicida. We must duplicate that antibody, synthesize it, and introduce it to other rabbits that lack immunity. And we wait. Rabbits will do what they do and breed. The next generation will prove it. If we are correct, if we have worked the trick, their descendants will be born with immunity to Pastorella multicida. And if it can be done with Pastorella multicida, I said, why not with cholera? Why not with syphilis? We spoke quickly now, words running into each other. Yes, Charles, yes. The transfer of immunity. Inoculations are one thing, but to inoculate a family for generations to come? Radical. Revolutionary. I felt a little faint. And the implications are, Alonso, if it is possible to engineer congenital immunity, it follows that it is possible to prevent congenital disease being passed down in families. Chorea, cancers, all hereditary afflictions. It is the first step toward eradicating disease altogether. Not in our lifetime, but yes, it is the first step. The transfer of hereditary immunity. I took him by the lapels and shook him. Can it be done? He grinned, and I glimpsed for a moment the young Alonso. I do not know, he said. Shall we see Charles? Shall we make our names after all? I laughed immoderately as he slapped my back. I am not blind to the connection here between Alonso's situation and this line of scientific inquiry. He is dying of a disease passed down through the Villarca line. Perhaps there is something to be done. Foolish, no, cruel to speak of it at this juncture. The outcome is so uncertain, but I cannot deny that I have thought it. And I know it is in his mind too. Strange that hope can so resemble pain. I will add one observation of this afternoon, which relates to the nature of my specialty. Microscopy is considered by most to be tedious work. It is a poor relation in the medical profession. The work will consist of examination of the blood and tissue of both groups of rabbits, the immune and the diseased, of counting the blood cells, red and white, one by one, and of keeping scrupulous records. And it will take months to complete. It is plain as the nose on my face that Alonso is in need of assistance, and I shall arrange to return to him next month for a longer visit. That is also. Microscopy is the purest of the scientific disciplines because it deals in examination only. None of these concerns were in my mind when I looked into that lens. How can I describe what I saw through the hemocytometer? It is a privilege given to few to glimpse the components of life itself. I am a God-fearing man, and I will not be ashamed to say that I feel as close to him when I look through a microscope as I do in a church. If I have told you earthly things, and you believe not, how shall you believe if I tell you of heavenly things? John 3:12. Pages missing. October 5th. It strikes me on rereading yesterday's entry that I have quite put aside and forgotten the fear engendered in me by the mysterious face at my window, the crude grave beneath the cedar tree. I am forced to doubt that these phenomena occurred anywhere but in my own mind. I must ascribe more of my maunderings to the account of the neuralgia than I had thought. Reading them, I am almost ashamed to own them, save that they may serve as a salutary account of the imaginative capacities of an excitable mind. It is of particular clinical interest, reading back over my tale, to note how the pain warps perception. My observations are careful, astute, ordered, and completely erroneous. Arriving at the untenanted house, in the dark, after the fatigues of the journey, I was in a perfect neurotic, suggestive state, exemplar, the rat seen in my chamber. One could almost make a case for self-mesmerism. I had found it most chilling. I could laugh aloud. Oh, no doubt, I saw everything through a veil of suspicion. And so in the morning, The pain reflects my sensibility as through a prism, diffusing it and concentrating it. My mind reverts to the idée fixe of something in my room, choosing in its obsession to place the face I conjure at my own window. Well, this is quite an experience for a humble practitioner of medicine. A foray into the world of intrigue and apparitions, more usually to be found only between the pages of the popular novel. But I am content to depart now from the realm of the Gothic and return to the bright landscape of science. October 6th. There were trials today of both a practical and spiritual nature. We began the process of taking specimen slides from all the mucous membranes and affected organs of the immune and of the diseased rabbits. It was long and full of suffering. We have cauterized the smaller incisions against infection, and the stink got the better of me more than once. I am all but purblind. Hours of bending and looking and bending and looking. I begin to feel like an automaton. How long will they endure like that? I asked as Alonso laid by me this section of bowel, glistening and pale. It is remarkable what the living frame can withstand, he said. He turned from me. They will live, he said, long enough. The rabbit's cries were like wind whistling under a door. I will sever the vocal cords, Alonso said. His back heaved like a bellows. It was somewhat better once they were silent. Eyes shone in the depths of the cages. Later, we sat on the step in the evening sun and shared a cigarillo, the oak vast at our backs. A welcome breeze played lightly with our coattails. The land was spread before us like warm toast. Bernard's wife left him, Alonso said, on account of his forays into vivisection. Not before he spent her dowry on it, I said. I think I was doing an impression of cheer, and we have no wives to object. We lucky fellows. He drew on the cigarillo and held the smoke within. The day was merciless on his parchment face. I laid my hand on his shoulder. There is no other way, I said. Do not feel it too deeply. It must be living tissue. Through the linen, the bones of his shoulder were sharp beneath my hand. Their proximity seemed for a moment unwholesome, as if the skin were reflected back, exposing the muscle, and beneath it the gentle connection of scapula and humerus in the glenoid cavity. The white bones shifting in perfect precision. Bile rose, and I was for some moments wholly occupied with that sensation. I became aware at length that Alonso was speaking. I am disgusted with myself, he said. I cannot adhere to my principles, but am swayed by the maudlin, the easy sympathy that is the layman's privilege. It argues a want of purpose in me. If one is to undertake such things, it must be done with gravity and steadiness, not with sensibility. I thought of what lay in the chamber beneath our feet. It is always the question, I said. Can we believe that we are endowed with sufficient authority to take such actions? I will not say cruelties, for that argues an intent of which I think we are both absolved. Such actions that are, by their nature, the cause of egregious suffering? But the furtherance of knowledge, I cannot think it comes cheap. We are in the ghastly kitchen, I acknowledge it. And I will not say to you, think of the lives that will be improved, of the families who could be rid of congenital predispositions to disease. I will not say think of the good we will do in identifying particular immunities and isolating them. We do not know whether what we do will benefit any man or beast. It is the nature of medicine, of science. We proceed always through the fog of doubt, seeking the clear air that may not come. Alonso sighed and rubbed his hand across his nape. His hair stood up in quills. "And once again, you prove your worth, Charles," he said. "For naturally, you are right. No neat answers will be vouchsafed us." He threw the cigarillo hard into a gorse bush. Foolish to look for them. I make no complaint here about the methods. I state fact only. Chapter 3. Iris. Autumn 1913. I'm 14. The churchyard is quiet, sunlit, the ranks of stones leprous and upright. Beech leaves litter the turning grass red, burnt orange. The summer's been disappointing, gray and full of inconsequential showers. I saw it through window panes running with endless rain. But today the sky is clear, the sun bright and low in the sky. She's under a long slab of white slate in the northwest corner. It gleams in the low light. My father's hand, warm under my elbow. The pouch in his jacket pocket thumps gently against my waist as we go down the ranks toward her. "Good day, Mama," I say. I put the rowan branch down. The berries are bloody red on the white. I broke it from a tree on a high tor above the dart. My hands smart from the tussle. Thin red grazes cover them. My father puts his offering beside it. Long-stemmed bearded irises, unseasonably forced in some hothouse somewhere. The delicate, over-large petals ripple in the breeze. My father spreads his coat on the grass, and we sit by her head. He turns the red and white ring on his finger, idle, absent. He has worn it as long as I can remember. It's a lady's ring, I have come to realize in recent years. The thin gold band is absurd and elegant on his long hands. Sometimes we speak. He tells me about her, stories of her childhood, about her eyes or what music she liked. Today we just sit. There's an old mound next to her grave. It's misshapen, covered in viper's bugloss and late foxgloves. I don't know why it's there, but I like it. A small blooming hill in all seasons. Bumblebees move through the undergrowth busily. Papa told me once that it was her brother's grave, but there's no headstone. He never said more about it. I watch the red leaves fall, tossed on the breeze. I'm protective of him at these times. I have nothing to mourn. I never knew her. Papa loved her very much, and she died, and that makes him more important than me when we come here. But today, it must be different. I shiver in the light wind. My body is still strange, too full of edges. This is the second day on which I have ventured from raw blood since the illness took me. The meningitis gnawed away time. There are great holes in my memory. I am grateful for them. I was ill forever. I wish to remember less, not more. My father's hand on my head. "Papa, this is the disease." "No." "Hush." January and February passed, but I didn't know. Spring is missing, a dark swathe of nothing. Summer faded back in softly, was warm light shining on glass bottles and teaspoons on windowsills, drawn curtains, my head hot and cold against the pillow. Fever, long and deep, is like a journey. I saw things. I traveled. Sometimes I catch the tail end of the fever dream. Dark and moonlight shifting. But it always slips through my fingers, and that's better, I think. With autumn, I am learning to slide myself back into the waking world. If Henry Gilmore were buried here, I would visit him. I know what I'd bring to his grave. It's blooming now in the hills, great spiked armfuls of golden gorse. But he's buried away in the Methodist cemetery at Princetown. I turn and face Papa squarely. I say I have made a decision. Yes, I will be a nurse, I say. That is what I will do. There is time and to spare to think about that. My father's ideas have such shape, such mass, I could hold them in my hands like stones. In his presence, I become elusive. My thoughts and feelings dissipate in his strong opinion. I never speak to him as I am about to do. Perhaps, I say, but there is something we must resolve between us, I say, if we are to go on. Indeed, he asks, and the slight downward turn of his mouth nearly stops me, but I mustn't stop. I will not be lied to any longer. I've had a great deal of time on my hands these last months, I say, so I thought I should start to learn. I should prepare myself to go on to nursing, and I live in a house full to the eaves of medical books. Very convenient. But where to begin? With such a vast topic before me, where was I to start? So I thought I'll begin with us. I will learn about what ails us, the Villarcas, the disease, his dark, unreadable eyes. He says nothing. I read everything, I say, that I could find on families, on congenital diseases, which pass down generation to generation. Long hours propping the moldering books open before me on the coverlet. My weak hands suffused with the dry scent of spoiled paper, old ink. And what was your conclusion? He asks. He's quiet. Horror autotoxicus, I say. The term coined by Ehrlich. It is a protective mechanism. It is how the immune system distinguishes between healthy tissue and disease. Horror autotoxicus is a good thing. Very dangerous not to have it. Very, he says. So I would like to know, I say, despising the quiver in my voice, why you have fed me this story. Why you have misled me since before I could speak, lied to me all my life. Papa's finger is under my chin. He tips it up until we are face to face. Yes, he says. I thought somehow, if it were a rational thing, that you would not be so afraid. I was wrong, I think. You're a liar, I say. If we are to speak of lying, I would have you explain how you broke the rules each night and lied to me each day. I thought to wait until you are stronger, but here we are. I don't know what you mean, I say. Who roused the house in the middle of the night? Iris? Who told me to go to you, that you had fallen ill? The game is up. I didn't know Tom had gone to Papa. Don't punish him, I say. It was my fault. Don't send him away. Papa says, well, we cannot go on as we are. I wish to trust you, but so far you have not been worthy of it. Duplicitous. I know where I learned it, I say, amazed at my daring. But I have reason. Papa's eyes are on my mother's grave, and that other quiet shape beside her, which crawls with scent and life. I am protecting your life. Why, I ask, should I not have a friend? When I have told you this, Papa says, you will cease to be a child. I had hoped I could give you a very few more years of innocence. But if it is not to be, it is fitting that we do this here, where she is buried, where they let me bury him. It was not common practice. The vicar drew the line at a headstone. Very unforgiving, the church. But they lie together at least. Brother and sister. I gave them that. Something caws in the bare trees behind, and I startle. Papa, a shadow passes over us. A rook wide and beautiful overhead, the rough voice calling. Look at me, Papa says. If you are old enough to call me a liar, you are old enough to interpret the evidence. Come, apply logic. What is it really, the disease? Perhaps it is merely your fear, I say, that I will leave you alone. No, he says. If only it were so. Tell me, Papa. You must come to this yourself, he says. You must. I will not end your childhood for you. I take a shaking breath. All right, I say. I will take it that you have a good reason to keep us away from the world. I do. Because of danger to us, or because we are dangerous? Both. We two are the only two left of our name. So the Valarkas are indeed predisposed to die young, as if from congenital disease. It is so. But it is not a congenital defect, because those who marry into the Valarka family also die from the same cause. Yes, but it is not contagion. No, we do not die of natural causes. It follows, then, that we are killed. Yes, he says heavily. Good. How may one be killed? In battle, at sea, falling from a horse, any number of ways. But we all die of one cause. Yes. Murdered. Yes. It argues some kind of agency. Intent. Are we being hunted, Papa? Is it some sort of feud, an old enemy of the Valarkas? You are close now, he says. But this has plagued us for many lifetimes. Many, many years. So the feud is passed down through generations, father to son, perhaps. It is one person, he says. One, not possible, I say, and the hairs on my neck are upright and cold. She is like a disease in many ways, he says. It was not all a lie. I believe she travels in our blood, passed down, that she is a biological inheritance as much as a spiritual one. But she is like nothing on earth, really. She comes in the night, sometimes in mist or fog, a woman or once a woman, white, starved. She comes with the sound of grinding stone and despair. She looks into your eyes and then, a ghost. I am disappointed. I had thought, perhaps, that he might tell me the truth. A ghost, a curse. Words, merely. What have they to do with her? She has taken us all, he says, one by one, given us death. She took it the last, your mother, and by doing so nearly killed me too. We are the last, you and I. Be assured that this is not a story in Blackwood's magazine. Do not make that mistake. This is no mournful lady floating through deserted halls. She bears no message from beyond the grave. She has no desire save one, which is to end you, to take your life. His face is bleak. Understand? I will not be taken in again. I will not. I was a child when I saw her, he says. It felt as though the living marrow had been sucked from the world. I think I have spent the rest of my life recovering from the sight of her. He stops and presses his palm hard into the springy turf of the grave. There is an expression on his face that I never, ever want to see again. The sound of blood rushing in my ears. She has taken us all, I am determined that she will not take you, Iris. And if I am to keep you alive, keep you safe, you must obey me to the letter. For this is the heart of it. She comes to those of our family, comes sooner or later when we love. Do you understand me? He takes my face in his hands and looks, and this is more frightening than all the rest, because he is sad, so sad. Iris, do you understand what it means? That I must take the greatest of care, I say. Not to. I stop, because actually I don't understand. From somewhere deep, there comes the thought. Moonlight. Sickness runs through me everywhere. If you love, he says, or if you marry, or if you continue the line, she comes. These things do not always go together. Heavens, that is another conversation for another day, but she will make no distinction. So you must not. Do not join anyone to our family. It is a death sentence for you and for them. Those Valarkas who live long lives and die peacefully in their beds live and die alone, and they leave no one after them. It is a risk to know others, he says, even to have servants in the house, to receive visitors, live in contact, for there are so many ways in which. So I have tried to seal myself up, to forbid strangers the house, to have no household. It does not work. People are like water. They always find the cracks. The answer lies in a harder road. You must seal yourself up like a bastion. You must keep everyone at a remove. Always. Control your feelings toward others. Immerse yourself in matters of the mind. Work yourself to the bone. So all your impulses, all your energy is diverted from the heart. Do you think, Iris, that I do not also live by strict rules? He takes my hand. It is a high price. In the past, it was too high for me. I knew of her and all she could do, and still I. But never again. I have paid enough. How can I believe you, Papa? Is it not just another horror autotoxicus? The air is full of his rich weight. I can't breathe. You know that she is there, he says. Have you not felt her? Waiting in the shadowed places outside the lamplight at the bottom of wells. Behind you, in long dark corridors. She has walked beside us, the Valarkas, for many years. She will have her eye on you already. Get off, I say. I push him, run from his vast shadow toward the LYCH gate. The horses back away to the full length of their ropes, dark eyes wide. The catch is slippery under my fingers. It won't budge. Inside my heart is a new little cold place where horror lives. Something unculling in the moonlight. I press my face to the weathered wood. Papa's hand on my shoulder is light. He doesn't speak. His sad, lined face. He gives me a handkerchief. You, Papa, I say, how are you safe? I cheated her, Iris. Again and again, I cheated her. I glimpsed her when I was a child, but she came for my mother that time. Then for my father. She came for your uncle, and many years later for your mother. They were all taken, torn from my side, and I was left alone, and I could do nothing. Nothing. He points across the churchyard with a long finger. That my Meg lies there, he says. It is unconscionable. Were it not for you, my Iris, he says, I would have had no cause to remain. I would have died, and her purpose would have been complete were it not for you. You are the one thing that keeps me on this earth. So you see, Iris, I have learned from my mistakes, and I will never, ever let her have you. His fury takes me with it. It courses through me like shock. The world is new-made, vivid, dangerous. We stand hand in hand in the sunlight, and I feel what people must feel in church. The colors of the grass, the stone, the very sky are altered, and I am changed forever. He was right. I whisper, how, Papa? How did you cheat her? I have paid a certain price. His trembling hand wanders to the pouch at his waist. I could know. Do you hear? It is like hell itself. I will not have you go near it. I could leave, I say. The road winds away over the moor, lovely in the late afternoon. Yes, he says. That is another choice. Leave raw blood. Leave Dartmoor. I have tried it. Others have tried it. It does not go well in the end. We may leave for months, even years at a time, but we sicken eventually. Only returning to raw blood heals us. Damned if we do, damned if we don't. Papa smiles. It's thin. There's none of him in it. All about us, the rusty scent of bracken. Far off, the cold, brown dart runs over stone. A swallow cuts across the sunlit air. My father's hand rests gently on my head. Yes, he says, you're a Valarka indeed. For this is also love. What we feel for this place, for raw blood. Perhaps it will be enough. I nod. Surely, no person could ever rouse in me this wild exultation, could match the grandeur of the land. What does she want? I ask. From us. It is so strange, he says. He's thoughtful of a sudden removed. It is at moments like this that I remember that my father was a doctor once. So inconstant, her wishes. They are crude like the desires of a child. She wants us close. She wants us here. But she does not like us to grow, to live. It is as if she would have raw blood and all of us in it suspended forever, unchanging, under glass, in a museum case. What for? Do we amuse her? Sometimes I have thought, over the years, that we are merely playthings of a kind. But she kills her toys in the end. His face is worn and folded. Something has been leached from him. The sun is in the evening corner of the sky. The yellow light is fading on the gravestones. I understand. As I leave him, he's taking the pouch from his pocket. I don't look back, of course. I don't watch. On the bank by the road, Nell and Soldier quarrel, snaking their heads around each other, nipping little bits of hide between yellow teeth. I stare at the mound that is my mother, the florid hump beside her, which is my uncle. For a moment I see them, my family, laid out in time, a series of interconnecting rock pools, glassy under the sun, the sea washing in and out of us. I should be afraid. I am afraid. Iris, he says, I am not a pantomime villain. I do not wish to send young Gilmore away. Only tell me, can I trust you to act in your own best interests and in his? It is not safe to be his friend, Iris, no matter what you think. For either of you, all those hours spent staring at the ceiling, coughing into the basin, head hot on the pillow, all that time spent thinking of what to say to Tom. No need. Diseases or ghosts, it comes to the same thing in the end. Loneliness is not what people think it is. It is not a song. It's a little bitter thing you keep close, like an egg under a hen. What happens when the shell cracks? What comes forth? The breeze has picked up. Before I can stop it, I shiver. Papa sees. It's time to leave her, he says. In the sunlit corner of the churchyard, my mother's grave is a riot of purple, red, white. I'll stay. I don't want walls around me yet. You're not a week out of bed, he says kindly, and the air has a bite to it. I bow my head to his will. If we trust to one another, Papa says, there can be far greater freedoms. I do not wish to keep you from the world, you know, or keep the world from raw blood. By the by, why a nurse? When I saw Mr. Gilmore, and when I was so ill myself, it seemed to me that there was something worthy in healing people. It is so terrible, illness. Yes, he says. That is understood. I meant, why a nurse? A doctor, surely. That, I say, is what I want above all things. I had not thought private study. And afterward, perhaps Paris? The Sorbonne awards degrees to women. Edinburgh? I will write. But it will not be possible if you cannot do as I say, if you cannot keep people at a remove, if you cannot be trusted to protect both yourself and them. Keep him from me, then. Snuff out the light. You can trust me, Papa. I will do as you say. Perhaps Papa is right. I am beginning to grow up. Thank you, he says, weary. Thank you. You can be happy, Iris, and you can be significant. When will we cease to bargain with each other, my father and I? Over the wall, Soldier puffs a longing breath at Papa. He knows which one of us carries the sugar. My father says, I am sorry for my faults, of which there are many. As a father, as a man. But I will not fail you in this. He makes to hold me, tentative, wary of rebuff. He makes a little aloof as I throw my arms around him. I hold tight. The world is strange. One doesn't always understand. But there's always this. Tell me about our family, I say. Everything now. We ride slowly with the sun at our backs. Winter he lies on the mahogany table, and a ghostly hymn below, reflected in the shining, polished wood. I'd thought he'd be white, but he's gray and yellowed at the edges. Martin gazes at the skeleton. Tall, he says to himself, then rouses. Iris, do you think you can? Martin Goodman is all warm colors. Skin like baked bread. I am intent. The bones lie in beautiful order, each leading naturally to the next. His skull is a calcified apple. Cranium, I say. Mandible. Cervical vertebrae. Sternum. I touch each yellowed bone. My fingertip sings. This is my secret. When I touch the skeleton, I become part of the dim air of the dining room, the shining mahogany, Martin's tabby cat hair, which hangs in a brilliantine strand over his warm forehead. I move through the granite walls of raw blood like water. I reach out across the dark gray sky, the moor, the hills above, where snow is beginning to fall. Fine, Martin says. Good. Now do it again. He reaches out with 2 hands and sweeps the bones into a pile. It's shocking, terrible. It was a person, and suddenly, it's a jumble of bone. Lay him out as he should be. I show him the house before dinner. He peers into the galleried heights of the hall. He stares at the shining banister that snakes up and away to the upper floors. He stares at the vast marble mantle that flows down like lava around the cavernous hearth. Horses and vines and cherubs and men with horns dive and surface in the white fall of stone. It's from Italy, I say. My grandpapa brought it. Carrara. He starts. Do you go there often? He's polite. Papa will take me when I'm older, I say. A short visit. I cannot be absent long from raw blood. I show him the red parlor, shining and dark-paneled and hung with velvet the color of fresh blood. I see the room for a moment as he sees it, somber and rich and malevolent. It's an unpleasant feeling, like putting on someone else's still warm shoes. No pictures, he says. There are. I point forcefully to the heavy oils that line the room. Herons, broken buildings, wild swamps. Men leading soft-colored cows through gates. Of people I mean. Where are the pictures of your family? The Villarcas. I think they would remind Papa of Mama, I say. It would be too sad. I am fairly proud of this prim answer. In truth, I think Papa is afraid to be surrounded by so many, many dead. Martin touches his rare beef gently with the tip of his knife. He jumps when my father speaks to him, his sweet expression alert. My father tells him he's a promising man. He nods 30 or 40 times. The snow is heavier and heavier, falling in silence onto the steps, onto Martin as he climbs into his truck, drifting on the velvet-lined skeleton box in the back. Golly, he says and turns up his collar. White stars settle on his eyelashes, his cheeks, his hat. He lingers. I see his thoughts in his face. Why should he be turned out to drive for 2 hours in the snowy dusk when there is a great house, filled with empty rooms, to hand? Safe travels, Goodman, my father says. He raises an unloved hand, warm skin flushed against the white land. Well, he says, Iris, I will see you next week. He puts out a hand, and heavy flakes fall on it, if this allows it. I wave. He doesn't like us, I say to Papa, when we're back before the fire in the red parlor. I mean that he doesn't like raw blood, and he smells of lemons. Firelight, the crack of the grate. We sit here most evenings. A gentle ritual. I look forward to this time most. The warm end of every day, Papa's vast, dark form at his desk or in the armchair opposite mine. Half-moon spectacles on the tip of his nose, his black and white badger hair ruffled, crazy against the firelight. He thinks we are immoral, my father says. Or, no, he thinks I am immoral and that I am raising you in the image of my turpitude. I have only very recently discovered that my father is amusing. The light in the depths of his mahogany eyes. The slight twist of the mouth. I hadn't known. He makes me laugh. We have achieved a new normality these last few months, which brooks no mention of white women or of death. We look forward now. We do speak of disease and of medicine most evenings. The words run like water, beautiful. Olecranal, coronal, iliac, parietal, occipital. I had not dared imagine a future before. I am beginning to see it. You could teach me, I say to Papa. We don't need him. No, he says cheerfully. I am utterly outmoded. I would not know how to begin. And it can only be a good thing for you to be exposed to others' opinions, to bring the world a little into this house. You have shown yourself most sensible, Iris, since I told you how matters stand. So if you are sensible, it is good for you to be with people, however irksome they may be. It was to be study in Paris. But next year, there will probably be a war, so no. I may have to wait, Papa says. But we will contrive something. I believe it. Such a stern young man, Papa says. So sure. He has that glassy look of implacable certainty, implacable morality. Does he have very firm opinions on young ladies and propriety and so on? I think he must. He reminds me very much of someone I knew once. A small, private smile. Who? Oh, it was so long ago. Before you were born. The fire catches his eyes, lights them. He looks, for a moment, quite young. Sounds like a pill, I say. Goodman's not the only one who deals in black and white. No, not at all a pill. I loved him very much. Pill, I say. He shouts with laughter. Oh, well, a little, perhaps. Anyhow, Goodman is intelligent and a good teacher. He wishes to supplement his income. We wish you to be taught. Everyone is happy. So what do we care for his opinions? Nothing. Martin Goodman thinks we scorn him. We do make light of him a little, but he misunderstands. Papa would never, ever permit anyone but us to sleep the night at Raw Blood. Outside my bedroom window, the roof is white, marked only with the tracks of some night bird. The window in the stable block is dark. Some nights, there's a little flickering light. Sometimes, the shape of a head. Faint halo of candlelight. Not tonight. I sit on the satin stool before the mirror. The ivory comb drags through my mass of hair. The sensation is delicious, tortuous. My eyes half close in the rhythm of it. Behind me, in the glass, something moves. I whirl about. Papa stands in the doorway, a vast black shadow. Will you have a story tonight? When I have recovered my breath, I say, yes, Papa. I pad across the cold boards on bare feet. Hurl myself into the bed linen. Herbert, he asks. No, I say. Something else. I no longer like Herbert and the Waking of Angantyr. I didn't pay enough attention, when I was younger, to the end of the story. Papa sits by me and tells me tales of us. The Villarcas. My family. I suppose other people pray before they sleep. We don't pray at Raw Blood. When he's gone, I lie waking. The lamp burns down. As a rule, sleep comes easily these days. Wraps about me like wet silk. It escapes me now. After some time, I rise and drape my petticoat over the looking glass. Herbert becomes a queen. She has 2 sons, Heidrek and Hegel. Hegel is kind and good. Heidrek is murderous, jealous, cruel. Herbert is forced to banish Heidrek from her kingdom, even though she loves him. Hegel offers to go with his brother, out of love. Herbert gives Heidrek Turfing, the sword, to protect them both in exile. She sees herself in Heidrek and loves him with all his flaws. As soon as they are out of the kingdom, Heidrek draws the sword Turfing and murders his brother. He crosses to a neighboring kingdom. Heidrek is charming, and he is taken in by the kind king. Hydrek then kills the king and his infant son. He takes the kingdom from the kind king. But seeing that Hydrek is not bound by fellowship or loyalty, his subjects decide that they need not be either. They kill him in the night and take the sword. Hydrek dies alone and unloved, a murderer of his own family. Purveyor was brave, but wrong. She shouldn't have gone into the underworld and woken her father. She should have listened when he told her not to take turfing. She should have left well enough alone. Chapter 4. Charles Danforth. October 7th, 1881. We are a true bachelor establishment at Raw Blood. As I have said, aside from shakes, there are no servants. I assume they could not stomach Alonzo's pursuits. It explains his strong feeling regarding the common attitudes toward experimental medicine. We dine off an eccentric array of cheeses, jellies, and pigs' faces, whatever thing Shakes can salvage from the diminished larder, augmented by river fish and small moor rabbits, full of buckshot. This last I find I cannot touch. I have lost my taste for rabbit. Our beds are roughly made last night. My foot was rudely greeted by the sharp prongs of my mustache comb, which had tucked itself into a fold in a sheet, and our linen unlaundered. Piles of unwashed crockery tower in the kitchen, and Alonso has acquired a terrier called Punch, who is to dispatch the insalubrious invaders who have seen fit to take advantage of the state of martial law that now prevails there. No doubt, it would be tiresome to continue in this way for long, but I cannot deny the exhilaration of it. We live unhindered, unchecked, and unobserved. I take pleasure in breakfasting, standing, on jelly eaten from the pot with a spoon, talking all the while with Alonso of what interests us most, without being obliged to think of the shudders of the maidservant or a housekeeper who bustles in and out with sugar bowls. But I digress. I visited the village yesterday to purchase cabbages. Our charges must be fed. They consume a great deal of vegetable matter, and have long since exhausted the kitchen garden at Raw Blood. I was much surprised by a meeting I had there. Dartmeet lies on both sides of the river, as its name suggests. The village is linked by two great bridges, formed by slabs of stone laid across the river, Dartmoor's famous Clapper Bridges. The people bustle back and forth across them or shoot across the water in skiffs, and the river is often full of children, swimming like fishes, shouting and doing violence upon one another as children are wont to do, under the auspices of play. After making my purchases, I tucked the parcel under my arm and took my ease along the river, and was pleased with the effect of the sunlight on the brown water, where speckled trout rose, and, in a quiet corner upriver from the dwellings, was privileged to witness a kingfisher taking refreshment from a pool. The path was lined with banks of bracken and yellow gorse in which, to judge from the scuffling and chirpings that emerged, the many urgent businesses of a country hedgerow in autumn were being conducted. Butterflies crossed my path, flashes of blue so small and quick as to tease the eye. They assert their presence in a trembling, diffident fashion, as if conscious of the brevity of their existence. Indeed, it is only the unseasonable warmth that has drawn them out, and when the weather turns, as it will soon do, it will put a period to them. In the distance, the moor rose in smooth, long furrows, marching on as far as the eye could see beneath a clear sky. As I dawdled on with my eye occupied with nature, my mind set to work independently, with no great urgency, on a problem of calculation we had happened upon that morning. So engaged was I in rehearsing arguments that must make Alonso see that accepting an ordinary ratio of red to white corpuscles, rather than counting within each screen, would save days and hours, that I did not hear the hoofbeats on the narrow path, the approach being hidden by a bend in the river. The consequence was that, as I rounded the turn, so did the horse, and I was under the animal before I knew it. There was the suspension of attention that occurs in moments of crisis, when all that was apparent in the world was shining legs and iron and hooves and a great deal of sturdy bone and equine muscle bearing down upon me. I threw the cabbages one way and myself the other, raising myself from a tangle of brush and bracken and finding good quantities of both these estimable plants about my person and in my mouth. I was engaged for some little time in ridding myself of them. When at length I was at liberty to take notice of such things, I perceived that the horse, which had borne all the appearance of a demonic thing, with flared nostrils and fearful strength, as well as the dimensions and speed of a steam engine, was in fact a small brown mare, now cropping the grass contentedly. Of her two riders, one sat stiffly atop her, a small, plump child with white skin and coppery hair. I stared, and he stared too, and put his thumb in his mouth to suck. I presently became aware that the other rider stood beside me, offering consolations of a heartfelt and sympathetic nature. This person held in his arms the string bag of cabbages, which had burst open, and was saying, "Dear God, I had not supposed that anyone would have been on the path, for in Darmeet they go by the high road, and I thought, if there should chance to be a traveler, that perhaps they would hear Sadie coming." "You thought, in fact, that I should get out of your way," I retorted, for several bruises were making themselves felt. My assailant was a man, younger than myself, fair, with large blue eyes, dressed for riding, and who clutched his hat to him tightly, with entreaty in his face. "Not at all. I cannot be profuse enough in my apologies. I am fond of this ride, and it being narrow, almost a sheep track, it is not used by carts or horses as a general rule. I was paying insufficient care and was thinking only of my own pleasure. You are quite right, sir." He went on in this fashion for some time, before I tired of the whole thing, and said that it was no matter, and that I had best get on. But this would not do at all for the gentleman, who hastened to introduce himself as Mr. Henry Gilmore. This was his brother, Robert. Here, the small red-haired child plucked his thumb from his mouth in order to give me the full benefit of his stare, and they were of Trubb's farm, which lay, did I know, to the east of Princetown. I said I hoped that he would ride there at once, as sedately as he knew how, at which he laughed. Nothing in my manner or my evident desire to be rid of him was of any avail, save to convince him that he must at all costs aid me and seek to repair the damage he had done. I suppose he is one of those men who places all their consequence on being liked. I could not oblige him in this, but nor could I fight him, and as it was less exertion to go along with his cajoling, I named myself to him and told him that my destination was raw blood. "I will put this up on Sadie," he said decidedly, clutching the cabbages to him. Rob, you will hold it there, and no nonsense from you. I do not believe they have more than 1 or 2 slugs on them, so you will not mind it, and we will go along together. If, he said, for the 7th or 8th time, you are quite sure you are not hurt, Mr. Danforth, and are fit to walk. It is Dr. Danforth, and I am not made of porcelain, I assure you. Here, my leg gave a twinge that confirmed the statement, but I elected to keep it to myself. Here followed an encomium on doctors and his assurances to me that I must be a clever fellow indeed. For he himself could not keep to his books, which was a good thing, very likely, since he was to be a farmer, and farmers would do no good with that sort of stuff in their heads. I will be a butler, said Robert with a plump frown. Not a farmer. Farming is dirty. Is it so, Mischief? Henry Gilmore said, and reached up to clip him about the ear. Mr. Gilmore was an entertaining companion, I suppose, to those who care for such things. His talk was light and full of interest in the doings of the world and those in it. However, it was impossible to keep him to one subject for longer than a moment, and his talk flowed freely, with the idle brightness of a stream, over innumerable topics. The slight indisposition of the Queen, and the price of corn, and the wisdom of enclosures. To know just a little about so many things, it cannot make for resolute character. I prefer a mind more sober, of a more uniform hue. Mr. Gilmore is a motley piece. But he asks for one's thoughts in so deferential a manner, with such an ingenuous air, and such a cherubic countenance, that I was led into feeling that my opinion held the gravest weight. And it would be churlish to refuse it in a quarter where it was esteemed so highly. I found, as we went through Darmeet and the outlying cottages, that he sacrificed all his acquaintance on the same altar as his unfortunate sisters. He was an incurable gossip. We could not pass one homestead set on a distant hill, but he would point to it and inform me that the eldest girl was enamored of the blacksmith at Bovey Tracy, and her family did not look well on it, since he was a lad of the first kind. It was all harmless enough, and there was such a lively humor and lack of malice in his utterances that it seemed impossible to quell him. So it went on, until we passed a gate hung with late, fragrant roses, and here he slowed to a halt. And here, he said, looking at the gate, here lives Mrs. Gowan and Miss Charlotte Gowan. And he paused in the lane with such an expression on his face that I paused too. Finding the sudden cessation of such a copious and generous outpouring of confidence as unnerving as I had done its beginning, I asked, "What of the Gowans?" He shrugged. "The mother. She was well enough, although. And Miss Gowan? She is the best girl in the world," he said simply. "Henry is soft on her," said Robert, breaking his thumb-struck silence. "Soft. Never saw anything like it." "You settle, you," said Henry. The words were mild enough, but his face was crestfallen. When I sought to turn his mood and offer him my felicitations, he only shrugged and turned the subject. I saw a stern reserve in his face, which sat so oddly in a countenance not designed for it that I was hard put not to laugh. "You are young yet to be thinking of such things." "I am 26, he said, turning to me quickly with the sternness abated not a bit. Surprised. I had thought him not yet 20. I murmured some apology for prying in his business, although in truth, it was proffered to me on a platter. He laughed then and slapped me on the back. "You will understand, Danforth," he said, "if you do not already. Presently, or someday, you will understand." Such is the force of his good nature and open ways that I could not be affronted by this presumption, but looked, I fancy, a trifle sheepish and desired him to not beat me any further, as I had taken a good drubbing today already at his hands, at which he laughed even harder. When we reached the path that leads down to Raw Blood, through the orchard, he made as if to go on, and I detained him with some word of thanks. He looked at me curiously. "Do you stop here?" he asked. "Why, yes, my host is Alonso Villarca, whom you may know." I waited to see what pearls would fall. He rubbed his head and said, "I had forgotten that it is now called Raw Blood. For you know it was Dempsey House before. But that must have been 50 years ago. ARR, 'tis not over long in these here parts." He affected an accent and an air that reminded me irresistibly of Shakes. I had not recalled. "I thought you meant 2 bridges over the way. Why should I not stay here?" "You may, of course. But no one else chooses to, and Mrs. Hitchens, who was the housekeeper, whose daughter married a corn chandler in Exeter. Yes, very well. She stayed until the last, she says. For having had employment there with Mr. Villarca's mother and father, she wished to, and because of having known Mr. Villarca since he was a baby. But she could not stomach it and left too, in the end." I exclaimed. I felt for Alonso. It was no wonder that he cherished a strong consciousness of the small-mindedness of the English. If they choose to go, that is their affair. I will not presume to judge the promptings of another man's conscience. But what Alonso does is for the benefit of all, of medicine, and of England. I heard myself going on in this fashion, and was obliged to pull myself up when I realized I was repeating a large part of Alonso's speech to me in the cellar. Mr. Gilmore looked at me in puzzlement. "Oh, the experiments?" "But they did not care for that, indeed," he said. "For Mr. Villarca has had fits like that since he came back from the university, and they are all devilish fond of him." No, that would not have troubled them. It was the other thing that sent them off. What other thing? I asked in no small exasperation, for I had expended a good deal of passion on what I perceived to be an unappreciative audience. It was, well, they got the priest to the house. For illness? For what cause? Here Robert, who had been occupied with pulling hairs out of Sadie's mane, piped up. "For the haunting of it," he said in his high voice. "For the raw blood ghost." He settled back to his task, cherubic face intent. Henry Gilmore nodded and turned serious eyes on me. "Aye," he said, "it was so." I was so taken aback by this piece of village mummery that, for a moment, I could not find a thing to say. Presently, I found my voice. "I have known Mr. Villarca these 20 years more. Those who held household positions for my friend seemed in fact excessively happy with their lot, and with the house, and with their master. I think it very wrong, Mr. Gilmore, to put about such things. Why? Alonso cannot get another servant to wait on him. That country people believe in such things and can take a sudden whim into their heads. Well, It is due to small knowledge of the world and cannot be helped. But that you, a man with pretensions to gentility, should repeat to me this piece of nonsense, it is beyond anything. I will ask you not to spread such a tale, for all the good it may do, and avoid further damaging my friend's comfort and position here. He has done that himself, Dr. Danforth, if you will forgive me." He sighed and turned his face to the sun, as if to gain some strength from it. "He is a remarkable sight in a Devon village, to be sure. The planes of his face, and those curls of guinea gold, shining in the afternoon light. He belongs on a frieze in the Parthenon, not standing in shabby gaiters on an English hillside. You cannot argue with local opinion," he said. "And what is local opinion's opinion?" I allowed the scorn to enter my voice. "It is like this. After the Villarcas, that is, the old master and his lady, were taken in those shocking and horrible circumstances, it affected this district for some time after. You may be sure the name Rawblood was a watchword for notoriety. But as for Mr. Villarca the younger, there was great sadness for his sake in these parts. Folk were resolved to be kind to him, for he was but a lad, my father says, and a pleasant one, although full of freaks. They see him as a Devon boy, you know, as one of their own, or rather, they did. And he came to manhood and went to the university and was set to be a doctor, and all seemed well. I have been here in years past," I said, moved despite myself, and Rawblood seemed home to him indeed. "Yes," said Henry Gilmore with an inflection I could not place. "I had heard you, and he would spend a deal of time together here in those days. But then, of a sudden, he abandoned his study. He went off to Italy with barely a word to anyone, and was not seen or heard of for nigh on 20 years. It was a great sadness to those who had seen him grow from boy to man. All the household kept on full pay, mind, as though he were expected any minute. If folk did not know before that the Villarca purse is deep, why, they know it now. Then, but a few months ago, there came the word of his return. Late August, that was. You can imagine the hubbub. There was a bustle, and deliveries, and linen aired, and peculiar things in boxes carried to the cellar, and someone set to hack at the brambles on the drive. There was quite a joyful scramble. Rawblood was to be set up again. We were most glad, in darned meat and all around. For it is not good to let a house stand empty so long. It makes the stones and the walls strange mad. And do not tell me that houses have no feelings all their own." Then Mr. Villarca arrived himself. Well, you have seen his face, Dr. Danforth. I do not need to tell you that he is a horror. He is fearsome to look upon, as if his years numbered 70, not barely above 40. It is not his looks alone. He is wrong. He speaks to people who are not there. He rages and curses in the night in place of sleep. There is something amiss. The household began to have great misgivings. It is as if a different man sits in his body. Some asked, is it indeed young Mr. Villarca? Or is it an impostor, like in a story, come to take his inheritance? Strange things were afoot within the house. It put fright into people. As a natural consequence, they began to recall the happenings that took place all those years ago in his father's time. Mr. Villarca answered their fears with grim words or with silence. And the priest did no good. Indeed, it seemed to make matters worse. And at last, those who worked at Raw Blood took their leave. He is alone again. Perhaps that is how he likes it. Now, no terrible things passed in that place. Henry Gilmore waved a hand at Raw Blood, which lay below us, snug in the folds of the hill, when the Dempseys were there, and it was Dempsey House. Some say now that the Villarcas never should have been allowed to come here, although how old Ned thinks he could have prevented them, I do not know, but is there perhaps something to it? When foreigners come here, they bring their own things with them, do they not? That may be strange to us, whether it be a new way of cooking a lamb, or a language, or something else you might not want them to bring. I was conscious of the echo of my own thoughts concerning Alonso and his rights to his nation. I replied with more heat than I should have done. You are very mysterious and like to coax my interest with hints of terrible things, Mr. Gilmore, but you have so far offered me no more than suspicions unworthy of a young gentleman. You have, in short, acquitted yourself no better than a woman, gossiping of indiscretion in a tea-room. You cloak the matter in intrigue and hint at direful conclusions and tell me nothing. Perhaps you wish me to be frightened or impressed, and I can assure you that it is not so. No more, sir. I bid you good evening. He shrugged and seemed to wish to speak again, but thought better of it, slung my cabbages down from Sadie, and bade me a friendly good night. As they went around the hill, Robert was laughing. It sounded evil to my ear. I went down toward Raw Blood, eager, the cabbages jostling in my arms. I had received from this encounter a renewed energy and consciousness of the necessity of what we did here. There was much work awaiting me, and I went to it gladly. Later, at dinner, pickled onions, pickled gherkins, dried apricots, not good, and a duck roasted with a ravigotte sauce. Very good. I told Alonso of my meeting in full, unvarnished detail. He whistled a quick indrawn breath and said, I had not thought to trouble you with this. It presents a strange appearance, I know, and locally, my credit has suffered. You may confide in me with perfect confidence, I cried. I sent the fellow about his business. You may be sure. Do not fear that I will be taken with his fancies. Alonso's pain roused in me much fellow feeling. Well, I will. It's quickly told. The mystery of the Raw Blood ghost. Not an edifying tale, I fear. It began shortly after my return. There was some murmuring among the servants. A footman had woken in the night and found that he could not breathe, due to a hand over his mouth. Mrs. Hitchens saw something in the pantry. I know not what, but she broke a row of preserves. As the days went on, matters worsened. There were cries and running in the night, and the servants were heavy-eyed by day. They trembled at the approach of dark. So I took steps to nip it in the bud. I brought the Reverend in from Huntington. I thought, what harm can come of it? And perhaps it will sufficiently allay their fears. He visited the place, threw water about with a fine disregard for my curtains, mumbled some cant words, declared it clean, and left. I was wrong. It was a great error, for it lent credence to their fear. By taking counteractive measures, I had approved the existence of it, do you see? That very night, one of the housemaids ran from the house with a deal of noise. She said that a person had been in her chamber. Well, It may have been so. She was well-looking, and I suspect that anyhow. The household turned out, naturally myself included, such a brouhaha. She stood on the lawn, and perhaps there was some congenital disease in her family, or something had happened to disturb her modesty, or I know not, but there was a ghastly white in her face, and her eyes started from their sockets so that she rolled her eyes like a spaniel. We stood about her in a circle of nightcaps and shawls, and she in the center like a sacrifice, her hair down her back and face turned toward the moon, her mouth agape, uttering that frightful noise. My friend paused here, and I could see the movement of feeling across the hollow mask of his face. He went on. Nothing could persuade her to come in or to stop her moaning. And yes, the night was cold, and she took ill from it. I think her wits wandered a little from the fever, for she spoke after in a child's voice, a high reedy tone that quite chilled the heart, and her mind was overthrown. All she would talk of was the person in her room. Pale, she said, and with eyes like. Anyhow, he shook himself. No, it was not a salubrious or pleasing occurrence to happen in one's house. I sent her to Exeter, to Everett's house there. You understand me. I did. It is an asylum that Everett presides over. I nodded a little without expression to show him my faith in his judgment and that he might continue without recrimination from me. And he said, it was not taken kindly by the other servants. They would not then stay. They began to speak of the past happenings in this house, all those years ago, the apparition that was seen then. The raw blood ghost then came into being in their minds. A white figure, a cold woman who haunts the generations of Villarcas at raw blood and tears the life from them. Charles, it gave me such pain. That the tragedy that took my mother and my father was to be revived, that they were to appropriate my real loss to construct such nonsense, to feed their superstition, it was intolerable. I let them go, and gladly. That those I had counted my friends, who I had known since I was born, would make such a scandal, which they knew must cause me grief. It cut me to the quick. I was angry. I have lived all my life with that horror close behind me. I caught his hand in mine and said, I know. I had not shared this incident with you, he said, for it shames me to think on it, that I pandered so. There is no better word to their ignorance, and worse, with no result. Is it never to be done, Charles? Never. I put my arm about him. He shed a tear like an ashamed child. It is most unnerving to see Alonso thus. It is like seeing a mountain or a tree cry. And this is why, I said, you would have me swear not to bring any soul near the house. I will not give them more fodder. I understand, I said. I am so sorry for your trouble, my friend. Does Shakes not subscribe to this local antipathy? Does he not fear the specter? No, said Alonso, thoughtful. He does not. It would not surprise me to find that he is immune from such things. I find it credible that Shakes defies all natural laws. I laughed heartily and raised my glass to him. Well, I like the way we go on here. I can almost thank the raw blood ghost for introducing me to so delightful a style of living. I waved an apricot at him. I only regret that I should have given Gilmore such a trimming. If he tells of it, it will lend weight to the tale. Thinking to turn the conversation, I said, "But the history of the Villarcas and your esteemed parents. Why?" I confessed, "That does seem to me romance of the best kind, meaning it happened here, in the world, between two people, and not between the pages of some novel." As soon as the words had left my lips, I regretted them. Alonso has rarely spoken to me of his parents, and only once of their deaths. "The best, you say?" Alonso said heavily. "Do you believe that, my friend, with all that ensued? For myself, I will remain a bachelor as long as I may. His temper has not improved over the days." When I had proposed that a housekeeper from Taunton or Exeter could be hired who might not share the local prejudices, his decided negative was close to violence. His curses, delivered to a young woman who had come to the back door peddling her hedgerow blackberries, were something to hear. If I had not that day determined the source of my face at the window, I should have come to know shortly after, by his discourse and his actions, that no flesh and blood woman could be in the house. He is in deadly earnest. None but us three shall come near raw blood. Though he works as ever with the precision and constancy of an engine, this work takes everything from him. Alonso looks, if I may say so, haunted. His face, as I have said, is a Pompeii. His eyes are filmed over in recent days with some care or feeling that I cannot fathom. And yet, despite this, it seems to me that his cheek has a hint of color, which it did not have when I arrived. And the lines of his face are carved a little less deep. Does he look somewhat improved? Somewhat. Younger? I will wait to remark upon it, for I do not wish to torment him with wishful thinking. Turning his abrupt gaze on me, Alonso said, "Now, Gilmore has a short memory, for my mother's family, the Hopewells, were here before the Dempseys. They lost the house, but the Villarcas got it back. Now, tell me, do you not think her a fine figure?" Puzzled by this erratic speech, I said that I could not venture an opinion, since surely... "Charles, tell me, you need not spare my feelings. Do you not admire her looks?" I began to feel alarm, observing the level of the decanter. "I am sure she was the best of ladies," I said. "But she has passed to a better place than this, and perhaps you should reserve discussion of her for a time when the port is not on the table." "Port be Ned. You are unobservant." "Truly, have you not noticed that she dines with us every night?" This he said with a peculiarly teasing note that I recalled from the old days. With it came the recollection of how detestable my friend could be when in this mood. I said, "I am not here for you to make game of me. I do not care for such jokes, and I am persuaded that, after reflection, you will be sorry that you were tempted to speak thus and glad that I would not encourage it. I make only a little game of you, Charles, for I meant only to show you. There she is, you know. I had her put there so that we may sit together." He pointed behind him. I have never had occasion to notice this painting in particular. I doubt I could have described any painting in this house, or any work of art in any house at all, although I must have encountered them. I am not one for the arts and falderals and things of that sort. Music is but an indifferent sound to my ear. I cannot for the life of me distinguish the tuneful from the discordant. The beauty of dance leaves me unmoved, but looking on it, there is something of life that has been lent to this assemblage of canvas and oil. The background is dark, suggesting a long, bleak landscape, but there is a light in the sky, as if behind the hill the sun was setting or a great fire burned. A cave draws the eye over her left shoulder, with a strange altar visible within and heathenish markings along its walls, which are obscured by blackening and charring. If there was a fire, the viewer knows that it happened long ago. In the foreground is the central figure, the subject of the portrait. She is a woman entering the middle years, and no attempt has been made to hide the marks those years have placed on her. The skin is white and bears the pallor of invalidism, and yet there is a determination and vitality about her. She sits as if she had paused for one moment only in the frame to indulge the painter. The hair is dressed in the absurd, flamboyant style of 40 years ago, but it has luster and movement. A curl that lies on her shoulder looks as if it might be shaken any minute by a stray breeze. The eyes are blue and large and stare from the frame. A hand is raised, as if in admonition. A ring gleams there, red and white. It is the ring that now sits on Alonso's little finger. How odd that a series of marks on a canvas can, seen at a distance, conveys so much character and feeling. I think her a fine figure, but I would not want her for my wife. She does not look like a biddable woman. I said so, and Alonso was amused. I left him, as I do each night, sitting before the fire with a glass by him. I wonder, when does he take his rest? For he seems to be abroad at all times. I have seen him strolling on the lawn under the stars at ungodly hours. I have seen him coming out of the dawn, from the moor, when I am only yawning and rubbing the dust from my eye. He renewed his offer of laudanum to aid my rest, but my day of exercise had tired me sufficiently for sleep of the soundest kind. I assured him somewhat testily that I would do well enough without it, and was presently gratified by drifting comfortably into slumber, thinking of Mary Villarca's pale skin. My sleep was troubled a little. I dreamt that Alonso leaned over me. He cradled my head and poured some liquid into my mouth. When I protested, he hushed me, fed me from the cup, and gazed on into the distance. I was swept into dark folds of cloth like swaddling and could not speak. Presently, his form receded through arches of blue light, thrown sharp and thin against the black night, and I saw, weeping, that he was gone into the cathedral without me. I was left outside, surrounded by a high and sonorous song, like the hum of tender bees. In haste, late at night, there is someone here. They are behind the door. I hear them. Someone watches my sleep. October 8th. Nothing pleases me today. I have become a drunkard. I have no recollection, for instance, of that crazily scrawled line, I will not call it an entry, of last night. Who did I believe watched me? Anyhow, my mood is not aided by the communication received today via post. The letter is short but to the point. In broad terms, it is laid out that my sister, Meg, is ungovernable and that Mr. Bantry will not keep her. I do not understand women. How is it not borne upon this girl, my sister, that it is my sole support and the Christian spirit in these people, the Bantrys, that prevents her being indigent and thrust upon the world with nothing but what she stands up in? Mrs. Bantry suggests that I come to visit, that perhaps my influence will sway her. I am puzzled how to answer her. It is hard, she says, that the girl has no mother and no father. Her mind lacks firmness as a result. She is led easily astray. There are hints of moral turpitude. She would benefit from the guidance of a brother. I will never return to that place save perhaps in my coffin, and I hope to avoid it even in that circumstance. Those terrible hills. Bury me anywhere, I say, but there. My father hanged himself before Meg was born. My mother died as she came into the world, an unlucky red-headed infant. I have said that I would keep her, and I do. I send money that she may live on eggs and cream and not trouble me. Yet trouble me she does. In times past, Meg would write. She must have been small then. How did she find the money for a franc? Did she steal it? I am in despair. It was hard to know how to answer those childish scrawls. They were disturbing, to say the least. There was always some ludicrous grievance, some allegation of mistreatment, some fantasy of persecution. Hysterical, deserving no reply, and I have enough to do, God knows. At some juncture in the passing of the years, her letters stopped. Sadly, there seems to be no improvement in her conduct. What can be done? Am I to bring Meg to share the hospitality of Mrs. Healy? Predisposed as she seems to be to vice, am I to leave her to her own devices, with the city of London at her feet? What will she do while I work? Perhaps darn my linen or polish my boots. No, I think not. These are not matters to be addressed in a letter to a farmer and his wife. I need only think of them bringing the letter down to the curate to be read and dictating their reply to his curious ears. I think Meg must be married. It is much the best thing. I must put it aside for now. The money has been sent this month. Mrs. Bantry will not turn the girl out of doors. I have put so many miles and years between myself and that place. I wish it would not dog my footsteps. He that, being often reproved, hardeneth his neck, shall suddenly be destroyed, and that without remedy. Proverbs 29 verse 1. October 9. The fearful noise went on without respite, crack, crack. Heart held by the dream, and with limbs too new to serve me, I shuddered under the sounds, which, with maddening slowness, became intelligible. I was awake and in raw blood, and there was some person or other below, at the front door. Some dreams act upon a man like excessive exercise. His body and his mind are cudgeled about by them, and he awakes to the day more exhausted than when he lay himself down. Such was my state. So I took too long to descend. I paused for the things that one must do in the morning. I should not have. Sometime during my mindless ablutions, the incessant beating stopped. I was glad of it. I was shuffling my way down the stairs when a sound rent the air like a knife. The howling of a broken-legged horse? The shriek of a steam engine? I could not say. My body was as weak as an Italian noodle. In the dim hall, the front door was a flaming arch of daylight. Against it stood two black figures. They wrestled strangely, swaying to and fro in a dance. One of them was a curious shape, misshapen like a snake that has eaten. This rotund figure shrieked, and the other raised its arms against the noise in defense or in supplication. I ran toward the light. In his arms, Henry Gilmore bore a child, whose pale face was dominated by black, dilated eyes. The face was swollen, and the tongue rolled crazily from the lips. It took me some time to recognize the plump Robert. He now bore witness to some scene invisible to us and cried out at it. The source of that piercing note became apparent, emerging unreal from the small mouth. Alonso leaned against the jamb, his arms held stiff before him, warding himself from the small bundle. Mr. Gilmore wept, his fine countenance outraged not by grief, but by anger. He thrust his burden at Alonso, who flinched and flung his arms before him once more in a violent, dumb show. I grasped Mr. Gilmore by the shoulder and forced myself upon his notice. "Is there a belladonna plant on your grounds?" He could not answer me, but made shapes with his mouth. I took the child from him, a great, soft weight. Gilmore released his grasp, unwilling. As I turned to enter the house, Alonso barred my way. "It may not come in. You cannot be in earnest," he said, "like a man in a dream I am." As I made to pass him, he thrust me back with a slow and lazy motion. It took an age to fall. I met the gravel drive, holding the child protected as best I could before me. My back and arms bore the blow. I was knocked breathless. "Belladonna?" asked Henry Gilmore, suddenly roused to life. "It grows in the kitchen garden." "Very well," I said to Alonso from where I lay on the drive. "He may die, as you know, without treatment. Do you still say me no?" "I do." Alonso went inside then, and to my disbelief, I saw the front door close. I heard the rattle of the bolts shot home. I lay in the sunshine with the poisoned child in my arms. The world had become a strange place. Henry Gilmore took him from me as I got to my feet, and he wept again. The child wept also. There was nothing to do but what I did next. "Lay him down on the bank, upon his side," I said. "Do not let him move, or bite his tongue, or swallow it. Put your fingers in his mouth, so, but mind you do not prevent the passage of air. And have a care." Even as I said this, he winced, for the child had bitten his hand. I showed him how to depress the tongue, and he did as I bid him, palely. I left them and went around to the rear of the house. The dining parlor panes yielded easily enough to a stout piece of Dartmoor granite. Fortunately, they were not latticed, but had been replaced in some time past with a large bay window. The house was quiet. I listened for any sign of opposition, but hearing nothing, went to the stairs and climbed. I did not trouble with stealth. When I reached Alonso's chamber, it was empty. I went through his possessions carefully, knowing that it would be hidden, but not too well. I found it wrapped in a handkerchief with his collars, which were all dirty. There was a stench in the room that teased my remembrance. I closed my eyes for an instant, but it was gone. The bottle was of cloudy green glass. It was oily, as if with the residue of much anxious handling. It bore a vaguely evil look. I hoped it would bring deliverance. There was my bag to be fetched, and various articles from the kitchen that I thought would be of use. I moved about the house quickly.
I did not hear or see a living soul. When I reached
the house quickly. I did not hear or see a living soul. When I reached the child once more, he was picking up objects from the grass, invisible to us, and describing them in a high, sharp voice. I took up the green vial and administered the solution of hydrochloride of morphia, 5 minims, in a teaspoon, which he did not like. I did not like it either. I could not be sure how much of the drug had been ingested. The liquid collected so around his tongue and in the pockets of his cheeks. I thought he should be got out of the light, but should not be taken far in his present state, and I directed Gilmore to move him under the shade of the cedar tree, where he lay moaning, eyes rolling to the heavens. He wore his night shift, for he had been wandering by raw blood this morning, although perfectly lucid. There was something terrible and moving about the plump, bare legs. Gilmore, set to find him, had ridden all night. Finding Robert and taking him up in the saddle, he prepared to make his way home to relieve an anxious household, when Robert began to speak of the rats that raced up and down his body. Some belladonna berries were clutched still in his hand, which he could not release due to the rictus, and tried to eat. This we prevented, but the pulp of their flesh stained his palms as he kneaded them to liquid over the course of the afternoon. I made my examination. A beautiful rash began to appear, vivid and red, over the surface of his body. It mottled the skin with scarlet, covering him like a creeping vine even as I watched. The pupils were fully dilated. The pulse was approaching 120. The tongue was thick and distended, with froth adhering to the sides. I judged it too late to evacuate the stomach. I believe he would have been asphyxiated by the procedure. He wandered the moor all the night through, said Mr. Gilmore, his demeanor calmer now. Though his face bore deep marks of anxiety, these were softened as he looked on the child. He seemed, as always when I found him. How can it be? How can the poison take so long? It is often the case with the atropics that they take up to 8 hours to manifest themselves. The child's wrist was plump. I turned it about, palpating it. I will venture a theory. I said to Gilmore gently that he had a substantial supper. He laughed a little at that. Robert has the keenest hunger in our family, he said, as you may see. The child shook. I laid my hand on his shoulder. He is, 10 years of age? Gilmore assented, and I turned my attention to holding the child still. He would not allow me in, even to speak to you, he said after some time. The nearest doctor is in Mortone Hampstead, more than an hour's ride away. He knows it. I would not have believed that anyone could be so indifferent to the suffering of a child. My friend is no longer a practicing doctor. Does that mean that he may let babies die on his doorstep? I had no answer for him. I said Robert's name instead, but he did not know it. He will desire soon, I believe, to urinate and will be unable to do so. The usual remedy is a catheter, but I doubt that I possess one of a suitable gauge. You must prepare yourself for his distress. Gilmore looked troubled. Should we not make a push for Mortone Hampstead? I would not advise it. I do not think that he will die, Gilmore said. Not now, for you have taken him in charge. His face showed the pure vulnerability of hope. The loneliness of his trust descended upon my shoulders. The child began to cry again. Tears streamed from the swollen black eyes. As the day faded, the shadows lengthened along his body and played with the lineaments of his face. Fear and fatigue will play tricks. These were strange ones. For it seemed to me then that beside us, in the dappled shade of the tree, was a grave new dug. The scent of fresh-turned earth was bitter. I chided myself, but I could not quite shake the fancy. Just after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the crisis came. Robert spoke to his absent dolly and held a lengthy conversation with it, in which the dolly was forbidden to go to the fair. The fair had many mans at it, and the lights were too bright. I agreed that this was so, and without warning, he shook in my arms, and then it was a corpse I held. I regarded him carefully. The bloated face was white and still. All I could think of was Alonso and his madness. Henry Gilmore wept noisily and pressed his fists to his eyes. I grasped Robert's cold, plump wrists and raised them above his head, then brought them down to his chest with a thump just above the heart. Gilmore cried out and clawed at me. "Be still," I said. "Be still or help me. 16 repetitions a minute. Get your watch." I do not think I have ever applied the Sylvester method with such violence. I worked the slack arms up and down and dealt his heart such a blow at each descent that I thought at one time I heard a rib crack. It mattered not. At length, there was a great shuddering. The child's breath whistled in with the sound of a squeaky door. The bruised eyes opened, and he vomited. "That is well," I said. "That is very well." I think Henry Gilmore wept again, but I sank into peace and thick exhaustion. Robert and I regarded one another. His gaze still held the light of some place beyond the grave. I went with them back to the farm. Mr. Gilmore put us all 3 up on Sadie. There are no more riding horses at Raw Blood. We rode in the dark with the sleeping child between us. Sadie knew the way, which was as well. Henry Gilmore could not see through his relief and his weeping. Into his shoulder, I said, "Do not tell them that Alonso would not help. I swear to you that there is nothing that he could have done, and that Robert was as well cared for under that tree as he would have been indoors. I swear it. If you have any thought for me, who kept him here, do not tell them." He said nothing, not to me then, nor to his family later. In the candlelight, the faces of Mr. and Mrs. Gilmore were ghostly. I spoke my doctor's piece. They wept and laughed and thanked me. I cannot remember my words. I could not hear. There was a mist on me. At the end of my duty, I walked out onto the moor again, into a night like coal. I hoped that I would be lost, but with the indifference of fate, I saw the hills I knew within an hour and Raw Blood below, with every window glowing in its familiar pattern. I wondered briefly at the expense of light, but the thought and the answer exhausted me both. The house was lit to guide me home. I found Alonso in the parlor, where the night air whistled in through the broken window. With eyes half closed, he gestured to the table where were set the glasses, and the port, and the gin, and the cider. There sat there also a profusion of those little green bottles. If I had been in any doubt as to whether Alonso was still addicted to laudanum, the matter is clear now. It is a subject we do not broach, imbued as it is with so much past pain and so much intimacy. But I confess I had hoped he had thrown it off these 20 years. It would seem he has done the opposite. I sat beside him in the seat that was pulled up close to him and made ready for me. Alonso's had hung low on his chest. I do not believe I need even frame the question, Alonso, that is in my mind. "Why?" "It is bad," he murmured to his waistcoat. to have others in the house. This is an obsession with you, I said. Gossip, yes, should be discouraged. But to deny shelter to a dying child, you do not understand the dangers, Charles. Explain them. Alonso reached a hand toward me. He raised his ravaged face to mine. I had thought you had been caught in the mist, he said. Oh, Charles, I was afraid you had been caught in it. Well, I have not, I replied. I am here. There was no sense to be had from him that night. I took him to me. I have never seen him afraid of any natural or man-made thing except one. He will never venture forth from the house when there is a mist. When he achieves his more acid heights, I am tempted to point out that, for someone dogged by this persistent mania, he has chosen a peculiar climate and position in which to live. Manning's cure, he said to me. Charles? Manning's cure. Here is how, 20 years ago, I accidentally caused Alonso to become an opium fiend. There is nothing I could have refused him in those days, or he me. It was a constant point with him that the man and the work were one. It was a joy the like of which I have never known, before or since. I think that we were drunk again. I know we sat before the fire in the dark. The house was in dust sheets. We had no time for so petty a thing as housekeeping, and the furniture loomed pale in the firelight behind us like a choir. We settled, as was our habit, on the boards before the smoldering hearth. We work with animals now, he said. We did indeed. There were at that time several cages in the cellar, their occupants in varying stages of disrepair. What if we were to introduce the study of man into our efforts? Do you not see that this is the logical end to our work? I understand the principle. The execution of it, I studied him. He was suffused with a spirit I had not seen before. The gin and the giddiness that had affected us all evening began to achieve its highest pitch. The scuffle of London at night seemed now to come from a long distance, as if we had already left the paltry mortal world behind and ascended to a higher plane. We will choose the test, Alonso said, each for the other. For 50 days, you may do what you like with me. You may administer any medicament. I will take it without question. You will note the effects, and I will be unconscious of the treatment. I insist that I am given no hint of what is underway or what you are dosing me with. I cannot seek to countermand it or to avoid it. It is a great exercise in faith. But of course, he said, I will be doing the same to you. The distance and the knowledge that had been building in me reached a height. I laughed. He did not, but looked at me kindly. You will not kill me. Do you see? It is our absolute trust in each other that will guide us. We spent some time devising the methods by which we would proceed. We must be sufficiently healthful to minister to one another and for observation. The doses must be given in quantities that were moderate enough for the subject to maintain muscular control and a reasonable degree of mobility. We must always record. No matter what state of illness or fatigue we felt ourselves to be in, we must always note the results. And at the end of 50 days, we would make sure that the process began its reversal. We made preparations for isolation. No one knew of our intention. Now, when I look back on that time, I think perhaps we should have consulted with someone or other. We arranged for other men to attend our patients. We sealed the house in certain ways and gave out that we would be away from town. We did all to ensure that we would have the leisure to conduct our research undisturbed. In our usual fashion, chaos reigned jointly with order in these preparations. We arranged an ingenious method of goods delivery through the coal chute, but I discovered at the end of our experiment that the street door had been left unlocked throughout. We began. It was commonplace. He gave me a piece of bread every morning. I took it without reservation, and I gave him a thimble of brandy 5 times a day. Other than these small practicalities, we did not discuss the matter, but went about our business as usual, indeed, much more pleasantly, for we had not the bother of social obligations or duty. For a month and a half, we were a contented little island. On the last day, he handed me his book that I might see the progress of his research. The first note in that book was an extract copied from Chambers's journal. When I read it, I laughed. I noted it. Lastly, let me urge upon all who adopt the Styrian system to make some written memorandum that they have done so, lest, in case of accident, some of their friends may be hanged in mistake. It became something of a settled joke between us. Do not be hanged in mistake. I was most interested in the record of Alonso's work, as I had read of the Styrian system, the practice of eating arsenic to give stamina and wind for hard work. It is common among certain tribes in Europe. Immunity builds progressively and cumulatively as the dosage increases. I remained in perfect health throughout. He attributed a certain fatigue to me, but I was not conscious of it. I can in honesty say that I suffered no serious ill effects. My skin had a pallor, and my hair acquired a new sheen, but these were nothing. The treatment was a pleasant suspension of the humdrum. I spent most of it consolidating my reading on bowel disorders. When I was weaned off it, I felt the effects of poison for a day or two, but mildly, and was not incapacitated. His notes were thorough. The dosage increased in perfect increments. He was never in danger of being hanged. And what of me? How did I use that license we had extended to one another? I chose a true poison. If I have railed against that person I saw before me today, I have no right to do so, for I made him. I gave Alonso opium. I began him on this path. It was a terrible error on my part. I had heard of Manning's new cure for opiate addiction. It consisted of a cordial of chlorid of gold every few hours, with daily hypodermic injections of strychnine and atropine. I thought that it would surely work. It did not. When the time came to ease him off the opium, Alonso reacted most violently to the cordial. He was delirious and enraged. I believe all the injections accomplished was to give him the idea to inject the morphia intravenously. 30 days beyond the end of our trial, his lust for the drug was greater than ever. Alonso must have known that I was giving him laudanum. He must have. He was a doctor and not of my average talent, very gifted. But he did not turn from our purpose, for he trusted me. And then it was too late. I must plead a certain license and draw a veil. I find, after all, that I cannot speak of those times. There ensued secrecy and pain and various other things. The other things being predictable, common to many other tales, easily imagined. I need not repeat them here. Alonso became a travesty of a man. When he retired to the country and then to Italy to pursue opium eating in peace, When he became the shadow he is today, it was relief I felt. Late by night, by stealth or by force, I must get out of here, I must. My dreaming self, my night self, is a most alarmist person. What possesses me to write these things? The hand is surely mine and fairly neat, as it should be. I was not so very far gone last night. Sleep writing, a new phenomenon?